Hello and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to the one-shot marathon as part of Conquer Prelims 2026. So in today's marathon session, we will focus on a very important portion of your prelims syllabus. We will be covering all the important international organizations, even groupings and treaties and conventions, which can be very relevant for the upcoming prelims examination. See, this is one section that many students find it to be very difficult to cover because most topics are very factual and there are hundreds and hundreds of organizations and groupings and treaties and conventions. So covering these topics, the syllabus becomes very difficult because you don't have one single source for these particular topics. So that's why, trust me, if you stay with me for the next 6 to 7 hours, we will cover the most important and relevant topics under this particular section. Over the last decade, UPSC has asked nearly 45 to 50 questions from this particular section. On an average, every year, we are getting around 3 to 5 questions. So if you attend this class, I will ensure that we will cover some of the static groups and organizations as well, and some of the or groupings and organizations which are in current affairs, which are in news. We will cover all these topics as holistically as possible. So some of it is very factual, but I will give you all the notes, the details in the PPT itself. There are some conceptual points where I'll discuss and explain them. So let's get started. And before we start, I just want one help from you. Those who are watching it live, please hit that like button, share your comments so that the video reaches more and more students who are preparing for the prelims exam. Now, before we start, I have a couple of very important announcements. Since prelims is approaching, it's important to practice as many mock tests as possible. So this Sunday on 15th Feb, Unacademy will be conducting All India Prelims mock test. You can attempt a full length question paper and you can evaluate where you stand before UPSC evaluates you. You will get a All India rank as well, and this would be the best simulation for you to practice the full length prelims question paper. Those interested, please register using the link provided in the video description. These are the timings of the sessions. And many students are finding it difficult to fill the UPSC application form. So if you have any doubts, you need any clarification, please reach out to us. There is a Google form provided in the video description. Please fill out your details. Our team will get in touch with you to guide you through the form filling process. Now, where do you get the PDF of this session? Because this PPT would be very important. It contains all the notes. There are more than 200 slides that I have compiled for this particular session. So in the description box, you will find a link and there you can download this entire PPT. You can even check out our Telegram channel where the link is provided. So just click on the link and you will be able to download all the PPTs of all our sessions. So let's get started and look at the United Nations first. Since the UN is the most important international organization and there are many related UN bodies, specialized agencies, funds, and programs, let's cover all the UN related bodies first. This itself would take easily around 2 hours. Once we complete all these international organizations and groups, then we will look at regional groupings and organizations. We will also look at some important treaties and conventions today. So let's begin with the UN. See, today the world order is becoming more and more chaotic. We are seeing attempts by big powers to dismantle the international world order, including the UN itself. Countries like United States under President Trump, then China, Russia, even Israel, they are blatantly violating international rules and dismantling the rules-based order. So in this context, topics related to UN, even the history of UN and its composition, and the various bodies and organs which are part of it can become very important for the exam. So the United Nations was established in 1945 after the Second World War. As the Second World War came to an end, the world needed a global organization in order to maintain international rules and prevent a future war, a global conflict from occurring again. In fact, one such attempt had been made after First World War, after the Treaty of Versailles was signed in 1919, which brought the First World War to an end. One such global organization had been created known as the League of Nations. But the League of Nations, which was mandated to protect peace and security, which was mandated to prevent another global war, it was a spectacular failure. In many ways, it contributed to the Second World War because the Western powers, primarily Britain and France, which had won the First World War, they misused the League of Nations for their own self-interest. They used League of Nations to humiliate Germany and its allies, which had lost the First World War. Through the Treaty of Versailles and through League of Nations, Britain and France extracted war reparations from Germany, which inflicted financial loss and humiliation for Germany and its allies. They even took over German colonies and distributed them amongst themselves. So this misuse of League of Nations in a way contributed to the rise of Nazi Germany. It contributed to the rise of Adolf Hitler, which paved the way for the Second World War. So League of Nations was a spectacular failure. It was meant to create a rules-based order, to establish global level institutions and govern global geopolitics through these institutions and rules. But as League of Nations was a failure, as the Second World War was winding down, the need was felt for a new organization which could replace the League of Nations. So this is how the UN was conceptualized. Today, it has universal membership of all the 193 UN recognized countries. They're all part of it. And it is governed through its constitution, known as the UN Charter. The Charter contains the articles, the provisions that defines the framework of the UN, the functioning of the UN, the role and objectives of the United Nations. So the term UN or United Nations was coined by then US President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1942. During the Second World War, when the world felt the need to replace League of Nations and correct the mistakes of Treaty of Versailles, it was FD Roosevelt who proposed the idea of a United Nations that could bring all the countries together and ensure that it could contribute to global peace and security. So as the Second World War drew to an end in 1945, the global powers they met in San Francisco. This was the first international conference, the United Nations Conference on International Organization. It was held in 1945 at San Francisco, where the UN Charter was drafted. And please note down, India was also a participant in the UN Convention on, or the UN Conference on International Organization. Though India was not yet independent, it was still part of British India. There were Indian representatives who played a role in the drafting of the UN Charter. Post independence, India would inherit these commitments that we had made to the UN. So India becomes a founding member of the UN and a signatory to the UN Charter. India is very strongly committed to the rules and provisions of the United Nations, and it believes in upholding the principles of the UN Charter. So, what are the objectives of this organization? Now, if you look at the UN Charter, the objectives of UN is clearly outlined. There are five primary objectives, and I want you to make a note of this. The first objective is, of course, to maintain international peace and security, which is to deal with any global security threats. Identify the emerging threats. It could be a war, internal conflict, or it could be an arms race, or it could be issues like nuclear disarmament and nuclear non-proliferation or counterterrorism. Dealing with these security threats, maintaining peace and security was one of the primary roles and responsibilities of the United Nations. So, through this objective, the UN has the right to even intervene in ongoing wars and conflicts. It can play a role in internal civil wars and rebellions. It has tremendous authority and powers in this regard. It can even act as a mediator, work out a ceasefire. It can help in resolving conflicts by acting as a mediator. It even deploys UN peacekeeping forces to run peacekeeping missions in order to stabilize a conflict hit region and ensure that international rules are upheld. So, maintaining peace and security is the primary role of the UN, and this authority of the UN is primarily exercised by the UN Security Council, which we are going to study in a few minutes. In a short while, we will talk about the primary organs of the UN. We'll understand how UN Security Council is vested with this responsibility to maintain global peace and security. The second objective is to protect and promote human rights because both world wars had led to large scale human right violations and atrocities. Civilians had been blatantly targeted. Large scale war crimes and crimes against humanity had been committed. There was a huge refugee crisis, particularly in Europe. So, to deal with the human rights situation, this objective was added in the UN Charter: protect and promote human rights. For the first time, there was focus on fostering social and economic development. Because, see, during the war period, most countries followed the police state model. Most governments had become obsessed with security, defense. They had spent all their resources on militarization. They had spent all the capabilities that they had, put all that efforts into defense and security. There was no concept of welfare state as such, no focus on education, health, infrastructure, etc. So, post World War II, there was a renewed focus in replacing the police state model with a welfare state model to prioritize socio-economic development and ensure that humanity develops together. So, the idea was to use the UN platform to assist all the countries in their national development, provide assistance in the field of education, in managing water resources, in rural development and agriculture, to deal with diseases and other health related issues. So, this became a top focus and priority for the UN, and the police state model, which was prevalent until then, was now being replaced by a welfare state model. Then, objective number four: to protect the environment and biodiversity. For the first time, the whole world was coming together to focus on environment conservation, biodiversity protection. Because since industrial revolution, the large scale pollution that had been caused had led to a lot of negative impact on our environment, on our natural resources. Soil, water, air, everything had been polluted due to the large scale combustion of fossil fuels. During the war period, the usage of weapons, testing of weapons, and the widespread destruction also had led to a lot of pollution, leakage of hazardous substances into the environment. So, ensuring that environment was protected became a top focus of the UN. Then, finally, providing humanitarian aid and assistance, helping out victims of disasters, providing help in cases of famine or in cases of a natural disaster or armed conflict became one of the top goals of the UN. So, this was again the first time that the world was focusing on providing disaster assistance, providing immediate compensation, sending food and medical relief supplies so that the victims of a disaster or a humanitarian tragedy could get some immediate relief from the impact of the disaster. So, these are the five core objectives of the UN and they are codified under the UN Charter. So, to achieve these goals, the United Nations has a clear structure. There are few primary organs and a host of specialized agencies, entities, funds, and programs in order to achieve these five objectives. Now, before we proceed, before we talk about the structure and the different organs, let me tell you why UN and its related bodies are very important for the upcoming prelims. See, the UN Charter has been repeatedly in the news, be it in the context of Russia Ukraine war, or be it with regard to US military action against Venezuela, or be it with regard to the Israel Gaza conflict. So, as a result, there have been a lot of current events which has placed UN Charter right at the forefront of global headlines. So, under the UN Charter, there are few principles, few articles that I want you to be familiar with. Article number 2, Clause 3, and Clause 4 can be very important for the exam. According to Article 2, Clause 3, all the member states are mandated to settle any dispute that they have through peaceful methods, through talks, through negotiations. The member states, they have a legal obligation on them to resolve any disputes they have with other sovereign states through talks and negotiations, through peaceful methods, and not through war and conflict. So this provision, it essentially it creates a binding arrangement to prevent countries from going to war in order to settle their bilateral dispute. Then Article 2, Clause 4, it explicitly prohibits the use of force against a sovereign state or even the threat of force which could politically destabilize a sovereign country. So, violating the sovereignty of a nation is prohibited under the UN Charter under Article 2, Clause 4. So, essentially, a country cannot attack another country, no matter what reason they have, what excuse or justification they have. Violation of sovereignty of another state, or even issuing threats which could affect the political independence of a state, is explicitly prohibited under Article 2, Clause 4. But you might ask, then, sir, how do countries go to war? Is there a legal way of defending a country? What if another country has attacked us? Do we have a right to defend ourselves? This provision, this exception, is provided under Article 51, which provides for the right to self defense. A country can go to war only for defending itself against an armed attack by another state. If a country is attacking another country, the country which has been targeted, it has a right to self defense and it can take appropriate action, but it has to inform the Security Council immediately. But many countries, they openly violate these provisions. So Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a clear violation of Article 2, and Russia can't justify that action by saying it was in self-defense because it was not Ukraine which attacked Russia. Russia was the aggressor. The same applies for United States and its military action to kidnap the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. Venezuela had not launched any armed attack on the US, so US can't claim the right to self-defense. So the violation of sovereignty that we have seen in recent months, they're all a blatant violation of the principles of UN Charter. Is that clear? Now moving on, let's talk about the primary organs of United Nations. Under the UN Charter, there are 6 primary organs which are provided. They all have a specific jurisdiction. They've been given a particular mandate and they have a clear structure and composition as well. So these primary organs, it includes the UN General Assembly, the UN Security Council, the Economic and Social Council or ECOSOC, the Trusteeship Council, the International Court of Justice, and the UN Secretariat. These are the 6 primary organs of the UN. Now let's cover these primary organs one by one. You need to know the role, the function, and the composition of each of the primary organ. It can be very important for the exams. In the past prelims, UPSC has already asked a few questions. Even in mains, there have been questions on ECOSOC, for example. Recently, there was a prelims question on UN General Assembly. So let's look at this in detail. Let's start with the UN General Assembly. The UNGA is considered as the most democratic of all the organs of the United Nations. Because at the UN General Assembly, all the member states which are recognized by the UN, all 193 countries, they hold membership and they all have an equal vote. Be it a large, powerful country like United States or a small country like Maldives, irrespective of the size of a country or the size of the economy of a nation or a military might of a country, irrespective of all these factors, every country in the world which is recognized by the UN, they have a membership and they all have an equal vote. So it has 193 member states and all of them enjoy an equal vote. So this body functions as a deliberative body, a policy making body. The UNGA, it holds an annual summit, the General Summit in the month of September every year, that brings all world leaders together and they can use the platform to debate on important pressing issues which are affecting them or issues which are affecting the world. Could be environmental issues, health related issues, or a war or a conflict or an economic crisis. They can use this platform to bring global attention to all these pressing issues that are affecting the world. So it's a deliberative body, a policy making body as well. It can bring out resolutions and recommendations. But however, none of the resolutions or recommendations of UNGA, they are not legally binding. It's not an obligation on UN states to follow these resolutions or recommendations. That is the tragedy of UNGA. Though it's a universal democratic body with all countries having membership and with all members having an equal vote, despite that, UNGA is not the most powerful organ. This is a structural flaw of the United Nations. There's a reason why the UN is ineffective when it comes to dealing with conflicts or when it comes to dealing with global issues. You might have seen the UN barely played a major role during COVID-19 pandemic. It has not been able to end the wars in Ukraine or in Gaza. It has not been able to discipline US or China. It has not been able to act against Pakistan sponsored terrorism. The reason why the UN becomes ineffective to achieve these objectives is because the UNGA, which is actually the most universal and democratic body, does not have enforcement powers. It doesn't have the authority to make the recommendations and resolutions legally binding. These powers are primarily vested with the Security Council, which is an elite body consisting of only few countries. So, in this regard, UNGA becomes quite ineffective. But still, it is the only global platform, it's the only institution that's available to even a small country to raise its voice and bring up issues so that there can be a global debate on these pressing matters. So, the presidency of UNGA, it rotates every year amongst countries that are categorized into these five regional groupings. So there is a regional grouping mechanism to ensure equitable representation. And every year, the presidency will rotate amongst one country from these five regions. So this ensures that almost every country would get a chance to hold the presidency for 1 year. And the one who's holding the presidency will get to set the agenda of the General Assembly for that particular year. So India has held the presidency back in 1957 when Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, the Indian permanent representative to the UN, was chosen to lead the UNGA. So India has that experience of leading the UN through the General Assembly and setting the agenda for the entire year. The UN General Assembly plays another important role, which is to approve the budget and assess the financial contribution made by the member states. See, the UN depends mainly on the contribution made by the members. So all the members, they have a mandatory contribution to make depending on their capabilities. So this assessment of the contribution as to how much should a country contribute depending on their economic size and capabilities. This is decided by the General Assembly and the overall budgetary expenditure is approved through the UN General Assembly. So it has that financial power to control the functioning of the UN. And it assesses the financial contributions as I told you. What will be the contribution of all the 193 members? So this is based on the economic capabilities of that nation. So this is determined by the General Assembly. And General Assembly also plays a role in appointments and in some key elections within the UN system. For example, the non-permanent members of UN Security Council, the 10 non-permanent members of UNSC, they are elected by UN General Assembly. Then judges to International Court of Justice. The election takes place in UNGA and UNSC to elect judges to International Court of Justice. So UNGA plays a role in the election of ICJ judges. It plays a role in electing members to various UN bodies, including the UN Human Rights Council, the Economic and Social Council, and other UN related bodies. So wherever these members have to be chosen to be a part of these UN related bodies and organizations, UNGA plays a role in the election and the appointment process. It also appoints the UN Secretary General, who's the topmost executive who heads the UN Secretariat. So it does have some key appointment powers. It plays a role in some key elections to UN bodies and approves the budget, assesses the financial contributions, and acts as a policy making body. Now, coming to the authority of the UN General Assembly to establish subsidiary organs and commissions. There are various subsidiary organs and commissions which function under the UN General Assembly itself. You have the UN Credentials Committee, the first, second, third, fourth committees. They all deal with different subjects which are assigned to it. So, to facilitate the functioning of the UNGA, it has the authority to create these subsidiary organs and commissions. And on important matters where resolutions are adopted or where recommendations are provided, voting takes place and there are different types of voting. You should be aware of the voting procedure. For all simple matters, for most of the basic questions which are debated here, a simple majority is enough to pass that resolution. But however, for important questions, for example, on issues of peace and security, regard to ongoing wars and conflicts, or if UN sanctions have to be imposed on a target country, or if use of military force has to be authorized, then two-thirds majority would be required on important global issues, even for approval of budget, elections to key bodies, admission or suspension of a member of the UN. A new member has to be admitted, and if a member has to be removed, in such important matters, two-thirds majority would be required. Whereas for most of the other questions which are deliberated, debated at the General Assembly, simple majority votes are enough. And finally, please note down these resolutions of the General Assembly, they are not legally binding on the members. But it does carry some weight. It can bring international pressure, it can act as an advisory opinion. Now, coming to the most powerful organ of the UN, the UN Security Council. The UNSC, as the name itself tells you, it has the primary responsibility to maintain global peace and security. So, the first objective of the UN, which is to maintain peace and security, primarily is vested with UN Security Council. So, UNSC will determine any emerging global threats, and whatever decisions it takes, whatever it enforces through the authority vested in it, they become legally binding on all the UN member states. See, the Security Council is an elite body. It comprises of just 15 member countries out of the 193 UN member states, and only 5 of them have a permanent seat, and they have the veto power. The veto is like a supreme vote through which they can defeat any resolution. One veto is enough by one permanent member to defeat a resolution which is supported by all the other countries in the world. So the P5 countries, the 5 permanent members, that is United States, UK, France, Russia, and China. These 5 major global powers, they have been provided with the permanent seat, and they enjoy the supreme vote called the veto power, through which they can veto these resolutions and ensure that their respective interests get protected. Though these permanent members are supposed to keep global interests in mind, usually they are divided on geopolitical lines. There has always been a clear division within the permanent members between Western powers and the communist powers. This has existed since 1945 during the Cold War, and even today. Usually, Russia, China, they vote on the same side, whereas US, UK, France, generally, they take the same side. And their voting at UN Security Council is driven by their respective national interests and geopolitical interests. So they misuse the platform, they misuse the veto to fulfill their own agendas, sometimes their own selfish agendas. And as a result, the UN becomes very ineffective, and it is not capable of genuinely addressing global issues and problems. Because these P5 countries are using the veto and the UNSC to satisfy their own interests, not the global interests. The other 10 members are non permanent members. They are elected for a temporary basis for a 2-year term. They're elected by UN General Assembly, and this is also based on a geographical quota for different regions. The 5 regions which I showed you earlier, right? The UN has divided the world into 5 geographical divisions. So from each region, there is an equitable representation, and the countries from the region contest in those elections. So if they get the required support at the General Assembly, those countries get elected as non-permanent members. So they hold a 2-year term, and there are 5 seats given to Africa, Asia region, 1 for Eastern Europe, 2 for Latin America, and 2 for Western Europe and the others. This is the geographical distribution to ensure that it is as equitable as possible. So India has held this position 8 times. India has served as a non-permanent member for 8 terms. The latest term was in 2021-2022. That was the last term that India served at the UNSC. So till date, in the last 75 odd years, we have served 8 terms, which is basically 16 years. India has been a non-permanent member. But of course, non-permanent members have very limited powers because the P5 countries, they have the veto power. Now, what do these 15 countries deliberate upon at the UNSC? What kind of authority do they have? See, as I said, they will determine any emerging global threats to peace and security, and they can even initiate coercive action. For example, UNSC can impose economic sanctions on a country which is violating international law. For example, a country like North Korea, which is developing nuclear weapons, testing them in violation of non-proliferation treaty, or a country like, let's say, Iran. So such countries which are breaking down international rules and laws, they can be brought up here and they can be targeted with economic sanctions. So economic sanctions, if it has the weight and backing of the UN, it can have a crippling effect on the particular country. So once UN sanctions are imposed on a country, it will essentially lead to the collapse of the economy of that nation because no international organization will provide loans or grants and aid to that particular country. It will affect the ability of the country to engage in foreign trade, to import and export. The country won't be able to borrow loans from global institutions like IMF, World Bank, and the others. It won't be able to even receive grants from friendly countries as well. It will also lead to a complete stop of the capital inflow. Foreign capital inflow will completely come to a halt to countries which are sanctioned by the UN. So, as a result, the targeted country, its economy can be crippled and it can collapse. And this is a coercive punishment that the UN can levy on a country which is breaking the principles of the UN Charter. The UNSC can even authorize the use of military force. That is, UNSC can approve the invasion of a country if required. It can constitute a coalition force, an international coalition force, and use the troops of the contributing countries to even invade a country if necessary. For example, such an authorization was provided after 9/11 attacks to invade Afghanistan when the NATO coalition, when they had invoked the principle of collective defense to fight against Al Qaeda in order to protect United States, which had been attacked. The UN Security Council approved the invasion of Afghanistan as the then Taliban regime was not cooperating with the UN Security Council. The target was Al Qaeda, which was responsible for the 9/11 attacks. But the then Taliban regime, which refused to cooperate, was seen as a legitimate target. And through the United Nations, the UN Security Council, the use of military force was authorized. And thus, the NATO constituted an international security assistance force, a coalition force, to invade Afghanistan. There is also a concept, a very controversial concept known as R2P, responsibility to protect. Responsibility to protect. Now, this is a controversial provision which has often been invoked by Western countries. And in the name of protecting civilians, protecting democracy, they have invaded countries and used military action. For example, they have invaded Libya, engaged in military action in Libya during the Arab Spring. And US, France, and Britain, their primary goal was to topple Gaddafi's regime. Though this military intervention was not sanctioned by the UN, it was not approved by the UN because Russia, China defeated any such attempts. But still, they invoked this so called concept called R2P, responsibility to protect. This international concept, though it has international validity recognized under international law, it operates in a gray area because Western powers, they often say that they are using military force to protect human rights in a country where dictators, authoritarian leaders are targeting civilians. They have tried using this concept in order to protect democracy. But that's not the genuine intention of some of these powers, especially US and some European powers. They have misused the justification of protecting human rights and democracy to use military force against countries. And this has no UN approval. It's essentially outside of the UN bracket. But UNSC does have the authority to authorize the use of military force, as we saw in 2001 when Afghanistan was invaded by a NATO coalition force. It also has the authority to establish peacekeeping missions and maintain and deploy peacekeeping forces. The UN peacekeeping forces. So, in countries affected by a civil war, or if, let's say, two countries are at conflict, or if there is a rebel group fighting against the state, resulting in an internal conflict, To stabilize those conflicts, peacekeeping troops can be deployed, the UN peacekeepers, also called the blue helmets. Usually, it's developing nations, underdeveloped countries, which contribute the troops to peacekeeping missions. India has been the largest contributor till date. In total, we have contributed more than 2 lakh personnel from our armed forces and paramilitary and police forces as part of UN peacekeeping missions. India has suffered the biggest loss. Up to 180 Indian soldiers and personnel have been killed as part of UN peacekeeping missions across the world. So India is one of the largest troop contributing country. The irony is the troop contributing countries or TCCs, they don't get to decide on where the peacekeeping missions will be established or how the safety of the peacekeepers will be ensured. This decision is entirely left to the Security Council. The UNSC has the full authority to deploy peacekeeping missions, set up these missions, and deploy the peacekeeping forces. So, India has been demanding the UN from a long time to allow troop contributing countries to play a role in ensuring the deployment and the safety of the peacekeeping. Because countries like India, Bangladesh, Philippines, Nepal, even Pakistan, Kenya, these are the major contributors of troops to peacekeeping forces. The big powers, they never contribute troops to these peacekeeping missions, but they decide where the peacekeepers will be deployed. And they're not holding those responsible for the killing of peacekeepers accountable. That's why India has been demanding from a long time, as part of UN reforms, we want the troop contributing countries to be given a right to play a role in deciding upon peacekeeping missions and to ensure the safety of the peacekeepers. That's why India has formed an informal group called the Group of Friends with France, Bangladesh, and others. We have formed an informal grouping called Group of Friends at the UN. It mainly includes the troop contributing countries, and they're calling for having a right to decide upon the deployment of the peacekeepers. Then UNSC also deals with other security matters like counterterrorism, nuclear disarmament, nuclear non-proliferation. So all these security issues are dealt with by the UNSC. But as you can see, the P5 countries, they often use their veto to basically satisfy their own national interests and their self-interests. And they rarely think about the global interest in the perspective of humanity. That's why UNSC is often criticized of being an elitist body, a body which has limited representation but has legally enforcing or legally binding authority. And that's where the criticism comes up against the UN Security Council. Now, India has been pushing for reforms of the UN. India says UN is outdated. The structure composition is stuck in the World War period. It does not reflect the current geopolitical realities. So, for pushing UN reforms to demand a permanent seat for emerging middle powers, India has aligned with like minded countries such as Brazil from South America, Germany from Europe, Japan from Asia, and formed this informal group called G4 to push for reforms of the UN, to expand the permanent membership, and they believe they have a legitimate claim for a permanent seat in the UNSC. And they even want to have a discussion on the whole structure and the processes followed by the UN, whether veto power should be retained or not, how many countries should be given the permanent seat if at all UN is reformed. All these issues are being pushed by India and the G4 countries. But however, without the support of the P5, reforms of UN is impossible. Because if you look at UN Charter, according to the UN Charter principles, if a new permanent member has to be added, or if any changes have to be made to the structure and composition of UNSC, then it requires the final approval from the P5 countries. Though some of them have verbally expressed support for India, like France, Britain, Russia, US, they verbally supported India's entry. But China is strongly opposed to any reforms of the UN for obvious reasons, right? And even US, Britain, France, and Russia, they are genuinely not interested to reform the UN because why would they dilute their own authority and powers? Right now, they are enjoying the veto and this elite status they have to control global geopolitics. They're controlling the UN to their advantage. Why would they compromise on this power? So, none of the P5 countries have shown genuine interest to initiate text based negotiations. Text based talks have never started, though India and G4 countries have been pushing for it. There is a counter group to G4 called Coffee Club that is mainly made up of regional rivals of G4. and they are opposing the reforms of the UN. They are opposing the granting of a permanent seat to countries of the G4. So regional rivals like Pakistan considers India as a regional rival. If India were to become a permanent member, that would threaten Pakistan's role in the region. So Pakistan is part of this coffee club. Similarly, South Korea is concerned about Japan becoming a permanent member. Italy is concerned about Germany becoming a permanent member. Argentina and others in Latin America, they are concerned about Brazil becoming a permanent member. So the regional rivals who are opposing the reforms of G4, which is being pushed by them, they have formed this counter group called Coffee Club in order to stall the reforms and ensure that G4 countries do not become permanent members. So the talks over reforms, it has stalled, it has hit a stalemate. Even the P5 countries have not shown any genuine interest, but India and the G4 countries, they keep pushing for it. So reforming UN will entirely depend eventually on the P5 countries. Because if at all these reforms have to be carried out, UNGA has to approve the reforms with a special majority, with two-thirds majority. And finally, UNSC has to approve it, and all P5 members have to approve it without using the veto. And that's the difficulty. The process is so difficult that it's almost impossible to convince the P5 countries and to get the required numbers in General Assembly as well. Now, let's imagine hypothetically, let's say somehow G4 countries can get two-thirds support in General Assembly, but still P5 countries are not going to support it. Right? One P5 member is enough to defeat the entire reforms process. So as a result, the talks have hit a stalemate. Now let's look at a practice question. In between, I'll keep giving you some prelims practice questions, and I want you to answer them. I'll not give you the answer now. Okay, maybe I'll discuss the answers separately, right? Or I'll give it in my Telegram channel later. Now read the question carefully and try to provide your answers in the comment section. I want this to be interactive. So even those who are watching it recorded later on, please attempt the question. Pause your screen for a second, read the question, and try to give your answers. So this will help in driving your engagement, keeping you more attentive in the class, and it'll also ensure that you get enough practice with regard to the topics that we are covering. So UN Security Council has primary responsibility under UN Charter for maintaining peace and security. Members of UNSC have unequal voting powers. India has never held the presidency of UNSC despite being a non-permanent member for 8 terms. Now let me tell you what is this presidency of UNSC. See, we know that in UNSC there are 15 members, 5 permanent and 10 non-permanent, P5 and 10 non-permanent. Now the presidency of UNSC, which is the chair position, it rotates on a monthly basis. Every month there is a country holding the presidency of UNSC from the UNSC members, amongst the UNSC members. So has India ever held the presidency of UNSC? We've already discussed India has held a non-permanent seat for 8 terms, but has India ever held the presidency of UNSC? Think and let me know in the comment section. Now moving on, the next primary organ, the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council. The UN Economic and Social Council, it's like a think tank. It's a policy making body that focuses on socio-economic welfare of the world. It focuses on achieving the development goals of the world. For example, I'm sure you would have heard of the Millennium Development Goals of the UN, the MDG, which was implemented for 15 years from 2000 to 2015. Currently, the United Nations is implementing the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, under which there are 17 specific goals with sub-targets. So this is being implemented as Agenda 2030 for 15 years from 2015 to 2030. So these development goals, they are identified by the ECOSOC. It will assist all the UN member states to achieve these targets, like reducing poverty, creating employment opportunities, livelihood opportunities, protecting the weaker, vulnerable sections, including all minorities, focusing on better education and educational outcomes, strengthening primary education across the world, ensuring adequate food security and nutrition, strengthening rural development, capacity building, and grassroots governance. It also focuses on healthcare and key indicators like infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, how to tackle communicable and non communicable diseases, how to deal with epidemics and pandemics, So this is like a think tank that comes out with these welfare ideas. It sets these global goals and targets and pushes the countries to achieve them. And it also gives assistance. It shares expertise and even arranges financing to help developing and underdeveloped countries. It will share expertise, provide resources, and it also arranges the required financing to flow from developed countries towards the global south, towards developing and underdeveloped countries to assist in their socio-economic development. So this critical body of the UN, the primary organ, it has 54 members. They are elected by the UN General Assembly, and each member gets a 3-year term. They are elected for a 3-year term. And every year there is an election for 1/3 of the members. So every year around 18 countries are elected, and it keeps on rotating. So each year at the UNGA elections happen, 18 new members are elected. So each member getting elected will have a 3-year term. So as a result, at any given point, ECOSOC will have 54 members in total, and they all have an equal vote. So these 54 countries which are governing the ECOSOC, they will determine the functioning of the body. So they act as the governing body of the Economic and Social Council. Now, please note, India has been elected for the current term 2026 to 2028, and that is what makes this primary organ very important for the upcoming exam. We have just assumed this seat in January 2026. For the next 3 years, India will be a member of UN Economic and Social Council. So India will contribute to the welfare efforts, the developmental efforts of the ECOSOC. So the representation here as well is based on equitable geographical quota. In most of the UN bodies, you will find this arrangement where countries are elected from different geographical divisions, the regions which I pointed out. Some seats for Asia, some for Africa, some for Latin America, some for Eastern and Western Europe. So like this, seats are assigned for different geographical regions to ensure equitable representation. So under the Economic Social Council, there are a number of specialized agencies and funds and programs which we are going to study later. There are 15 specialized agencies, but some say it is 17 as well, right? We will look at all the important specialized agencies today. We'll also study different UN funds and programs like UN Development Program, UN Environment Program, UN Population Fund, right? We'll also study different specialized agencies, including World Meteorological Organization. We have the Food and Agriculture Organization, and many more. So we will be taking a look at all these specialized agencies, funds, and programs a little while later in today's marathon. Now let's talk about the next primary organ, which is the Trusteeship Council. The Trusteeship Council was set up to administer the trusteeship territories which existed in 1945. Now, what are these trusteeship territories? The trusteeship territories are essentially the former colonies. They are the former colonies of the countries which lost World War I and World War II, like Germany, Italy, Japan, and others, right? Who lost these world wars. They had number of colonies across the world. So these colonies were initially brought under the mandate of the victors of World War I, like how Palestine region became a British mandate, how the Syria Iraq region became a French mandate. You would have studied this in world history. After World War I, through the Treaty of Versailles, through the League of Nations, some of the colonies of the defeated powers were distributed and they were turned into British and French mandates. But after Second World War, after the Axis powers were completely defeated, there were many more colonies and such territories and mandate territories which were left behind. And they were not fully prepared for independence. They were not ready for self-rule or self-governance. Some were very small territories. They didn't have adequate resources and capabilities. They didn't have a viable state which could be formed. So to administer and govern these territories and prepare them for self-rule, prepare them for eventual independence, this council was established, the Trusteeship Council. So there were several such trusteeship territories. I've given the entire list over here, and I want you to remember this because it can be important for this year's exam. Recently, there has been a region known as Somaliland in news. Some of you might have heard about this. It's seen as part of Somalia, but it's a breakaway region. Somalia doesn't recognize it. In fact, no country in the world recognizes Somaliland except for Israel. Recently, Israel became the first country in the world to give formal recognition to Somaliland. Previously, it was an Italian colony located near Horn of Africa, near Gulf of Aden. So since Somaliland is in news, I believe that the trusteeship territories might become important. So there were some trusteeship territories in Africa, for example, Tanganyika, which today has become part of Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. These countries were eventually carved out of this trusteeship territory. Countries like Cameroon, right? Then there are few small island countries in the Pacific, in South Pacific, like Samoa, Nauru, and Palau. So please remember these 11 trusteeship territories, and you can also see which global powers were given the responsibility to administer and govern them. So these countries maintained the trusteeship territories. They governed them, they administered them, prepared them for independence and self rule. Some of them merged with neighboring countries, some of them became independent nations. The last country, the last trusteeship territory to graduate and become an independent nation was Palau in the Pacific, in South Pacific. This was in 1994. So with this, all the 11 trusteeship territories, either they had merged with neighboring countries or they had become fully independent. So with this, the work of Trusteeship Council came to an end in. Since then, Trusteeship Council is not operational. It has shut down its operations, and technically, though it exists on paper, it doesn't exist in practice. It's not functioning anymore. Though it is there on paper, it remains as a primary organ, right? It doesn't function today because there are no trusteeship territories anymore. All the 11 trusteeship territories, either they have become independent nations or they have merged with some of the neighboring countries. Now, coming to the ICJ, which is also in the news, the International Court of Justice, in the context of India Pakistan relations, in the context of Israel being accused of committing a genocide, in the context of Russia also facing such accusations, there are several cases pending at ICJ with regard to ongoing disputes. And it is regularly in the news. It's part of your current affairs as well. So knowing the structure, composition, and role of International Court of Justice is very important. The ICJ acts as the principal judicial organ of the UN. Its primary role is to settle disputes between member states. Any UN member state can file a case, a litigation against another UN member state or a group of UN member states. So this is called as the contentious jurisdiction of ICJ. Let's say India has a dispute with Pakistan. Pakistan has a dispute with India. So instead of fighting it out, they can approach ICJ and fight a legal battle at the International Court of Justice. So ICJ will look into these disputes between member states, and whatever ruling it passes, the final award, it becomes legally binding on the member states. There is no option of appeal. You can't appeal against the decision. The decision is full and final, and it is legally binding on the member states. If you don't follow these judgments of ICJ in contentious matters, in disputed matters, then UNSC can penalize the country and can take action against them through economic sanctions. Is that clear? So this is legally enforceable. That's why ICJ becomes a very powerful body. It is headquartered at the Peace Palace in The Hague in Netherlands, which is also known as the judicial capital of the world. Even the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which is another judicial body that focuses on arbitration or alternate dispute resolution, it's also headquartered at the Peace Palace. So this is where ICJ is based out of. Now, if you notice, amongst all the six primary organs, ICJ is the only one which is not headquartered in New York. UN General Assembly, Security Council, ECOSOC, UN Secretariat, and Trusteeship Council. These five organs, they're all headquartered in New York. That is the headquarters of United Nations in the United States. But ICJ is the only primary organ which is not headquartered in New York. It's headquartered in Netherlands at The Hague at the Peace Palace. So this judicial body also provides advisory legal opinion to UN bodies and international organizations. Let's say a UN organization like UNESCO or UNICEF or UN Human Rights Council. If they want legal opinion, even they can approach ICJ, but for advisory opinion. And obviously, advisory opinion is not legally enforceable. It's not legally binding. It's just a legal recommendation which is provided. It's not legally binding. So UN bodies and organs and organizations can approach ICJ for legal advice. So there are two types of cases handled by ICJ. Only two types of cases are handled by it. One, contentious matters, where disputes involving member states. And two, advisory opinion for UN bodies and international organizations. So individuals, non-state actors, private entities, they can't approach ICJ with a case. Those cases will not even be entertained. So member states having a dispute with another member state becomes a contentious matter where the decisions are legally binding, and UN bodies can approach for advice, legal advice, which is not legally binding. Now coming to the composition of the judges. Under Article 94 of UN Charter, it is clearly mentioned, explicitly mentioned that the rulings are they are legally binding on member states in contentious matters. So it's very important to ensure that the composition of judges is fair and equitable. Very important to ensure that these judges are neutral. They can't be biased with regard to the countries involved in a particular case. Since the decisions according to Article 94 of the UN Charter, they are legally binding in contentious matters, it's very important to ensure the composition is it is fair, based on merit, based on a transparent process, and ensure that these judges act in a neutral manner, and ensure that there is equitable representation for different regions to fill up the vacant positions of these judges. So, if countries don't follow the binding judgments, as I said, there can be enforcement action, economic sanctions that Security Council can try to bring in. Now, before we talk about the composition, I want you to make a note of the different cases at ICJ that have involved India. There have been at least 6 major cases involving India, and 4 of them have been with Pakistan. The most recent one is the Kulbhushan Jadhav case, where India approached ICJ to stay the death penalty that Pakistan had delivered or awarded to Kulbhushan Jadhav, an Indian citizen, a former commander of the Indian Navy, who has been falsely accused of being an intelligence operative. Pakistan, which has arrested Kulbhushan Jadhav, has falsely claimed that he is an Indian intelligence operative who was involved in funding terror groups in Balochistan. And based on a questionable trial, Pakistan gave the death punishment, and it even violated the commitments of the Vienna Convention on consular relations, and it did not give India consular access to Kulbhushan Jadhav. So India immediately approached ICJ and got a stay order on the death penalty, and even secured consular access based on the ruling of the ICJ. This was the recent case. There have been other cases. You can take a look at this. It's not relevant for prelims, but just for your knowledge, for mains maybe, just be aware of these other cases involving India at International Court of Justice. Now, what about the judges of International Court of Justice? There are 15 judges in total, and they are elected through an election which takes place at UN General Assembly and UN Security Council. Is that clear? There are 15 judges in total. They get a 9-year term. They are elected for a 9-year term, and the elections take place both in UN General Assembly and in UN Security Council. So based on this mixed election, the 15 judges are elected to the ICJ. And once they are elected, they don't represent their country anymore. See, right now there is an Indian judge, Justice Dalveer Bhandari, a former Supreme Court judge, has been elected to ICJ. So we have an Indian judge, but Dalveer Bhandari does not represent India. He doesn't act as India's judge or India's representative. These judges, once they get elected, they become international judges. They are supposed to be neutral, unbiased, and focus only on international customary law and uphold the rules-based order. The rules of UN Charter ensures that judges, they have to be from different countries, all the 15 judges. There can't be two judges from the same country at the same time. Like, for example, there can't be two Indian judges as part of ICJ. Then that will not be equitable, fair representation. So there is an explicit rule under the UN Charter that all 15 judges must be from 15 different countries. And there is a rotational system. So every 3 years, periodic elections are held to fill up these vacancies. So the judge, once elected, have a 9-year term. They are eligible for re-election as well. And every 3 years, the election keeps taking place. And through elections at General Assembly and Security Council, these 15 judges are elected. Now, coming to the last primary organ of the UN, the UN Secretariat. The Secretariat functions as the executive, like how there is a cabinet secretariat to assist the union cabinet. It will basically set the agenda, help in the proceedings, and helps in implementing the decisions of the cabinet. Similarly, there is an executive body. You can even call it the bureaucracy of the UN. So this secretariat is headed by the UN Secretary General, who is the highest ranking bureaucrat or highest ranking official of the UN. The Secretary General is chosen by the UN Security Council, recommended by the UNSC, but appointed by the General Assembly. The General Assembly has no real authority here. It's primarily controlled by UNSC, that too by one country. It's always United States, which manages to push its candidate to be appointed as the Secretary General. Is that clear? And the Secretary General gets a 5-year term, and the term can be extended. They can be reappointed for a second term. The current incumbent, for example, Antonio Guterres, he has been reappointed for a second term. So all the Secretary Generals till now, they have been US candidates. They might be from different countries, but unless and until they have the backing of the US, they can't become the Secretary General. That's the influence the US has when it comes to appointing the Secretary General. So UNSC will recommend it, and eventually official appointment is done through the General Assembly. So this acts as the executive body of the UN, setting the agenda, implementing the decisions, and it is headquartered in New York. So with this, we have completed the primary organs of United Nations, the basic structure and composition, and roles and responsibilities. They are completely covered. So I hope until now the discussion is clear, right? I've given some practice questions as well. Now, if you are ready, we will move to the next part of today's marathon. So now we will focus on UN funds and programs. Very, very important for the prelims exam. So after funds and programs, we will take up the specialized agencies. Yeah. Now, don't worry, I will give some breaks in between. Maybe around 6 o'clock, we'll take a 15 minutes break so that you can also refresh and come back. And also, please note, from 20th of February, our new platinum batch is starting. The ethics classes by Asta ma'am would start, and platinum is the most premium UPSC learning program that's available in the country. In platinum, there is two-way interaction between teacher and the students. And this basically solves the biggest problem of online learning. In regular online classes, the teacher can't see the students. But in Platinum, students have to keep their camera on. It's mandatory from our side as a policy. Attendance is also mandatory. So teachers can hold the students accountable, and students can have a free-flowing discussion and debate with the teacher, getting all their doubts resolved in the class. Plus, Platinum will give you access to all the courses, the reading material, the test series, etc. Those interested, please enroll. The link would be provided in the description below. There is a new batch which is starting from 20th Feb and will be starting with ethics classes by Asta ma'am. Now let's start UN funds and programs. We'll begin the discussion with UNDP, UN Development Program, one of the most important programs of the United Nations. It was started in 1965, established in 1965 by the UN General Assembly. See, from now onwards, most topics are very factual. Nothing much to explain, but I want to provide all the points compiled in one place so it becomes easy for you to read. So don't skip the coming topics. It's very important. Please attend. Why? Because if you sit through these 6-7 hours of classes in one marathon, you will be done with this portion of your syllabus. You don't have to read it again. Maybe at the end, you just have to revise before the exam. That's why I'm saying stay with me for the next few hours. We'll quickly cover all the key facts and I'll give you more practice questions to keep you engaged. So after the session, please take the PPT. The link is there in the description box and keep it with you so that you can always revise these topics from the PPT, which is readily available. Now, UNDP, which was established by the UN General Assembly in 1965, it mainly focuses on human development. The focus of this UN program is to prioritize human development. So this itself is a concept that was developed by two well-known economists, Mehboob ul Haq, a Pakistani economist, and Amartya Sen, the Indian Nobel laureate. So they devised the concept of human development, and based on this, there is a index to measure human development, is the HDI, the Human Development Index. So the Human Development Index is primarily based on three dimensions covering different indicators of human development. These economists laid the initial foundational model to quantify the development that is happening across the world. And this was further fine-tuned and adopted by the UNDP in its Human Development Report. So this index, the Human Development Index, it's based on three dimensions of human development where data is captured on different indicators that can indicate the extent of human development which is happening. So the three dimensions are long and healthy life under the health domain, knowledge under the education domain, then decent standard of living under the economic domain. These are the dimensions which define development in any country: health, education, and standard of living. Now, how do you quantify the progress in health, education, and standard of living? So, for that purpose, different indicators are identified. So, for example, for the health dimension, long and healthy life, life expectancy at birth is a clear indicator of the progress made in the healthcare sector. If a country has good immunization, if it is focused on bringing down infant mortality rate, maternal mortality rate, if it has a strong public healthcare system at the grassroots level, obviously life expectancy will increase in such countries. Clear? So, measuring life expectancy at birth becomes the indicator for the health dimension. For education, there are two indicators: expected years of schooling and mean years of schooling. This again is a clear indicator of primary education and literacy levels. So this becomes the knowledge dimension measured through these two indicators. Then standard of living is measured through GNI, gross national income in per capita terms. Gross national income is seen as an indicator of standard of living. It essentially helps you understand livelihood opportunities available and the income levels. And thus, it can help understand the standard of living in a country. So, based on these dimensions, the Human Development Report is brought out by UNDP. The Human Development Report that brings out the Human Development Index. So, this program, it is managed by the UNDP Executive Board that is made up of 36 countries which are elected on a rotational basis. Amongst all the UN member states, 36 countries are essentially elected to the UNDP Executive Board. They act as the governing body, and the member seats, they rotate on a regular basis. On an annual basis, it keeps rotating. So this program is entirely funded by voluntary contributions. The UN members, they make voluntary contributions as assessed by UN General Assembly, which keeps UNDP functional and running. Now, what is India's performance here? On the Human Development Report, the latest HDR report, India ranked 130th out of 193 countries. So remembering the key publications, the reports that are published, India's performance and ranking can be very important. And it is part of the UN Sustainable Development Group which is basically a network, a global network that has around 165 countries and a lot of global organizations which are focused on achieving the goals of Agenda 2030. So UN Sustainable Development Group, it's a UN-led group consisting of different UN bodies and various UN member countries, and they are focused on achieving Agenda 2030, which is to achieve the sustainable development goals laid out by the UN. So UNDP is one of the key constituents of the UN Sustainable Development Group. Next, you have a practice question here. We've just studied about UNDP. Now I want you to answer this question. Which of the following is not a mandate of UNDP? Three statements are given. Assist UN member states to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, impose penalties on countries which are non-cooperative, and publish the HDR report based on HDI. Fairly simple question. You need just basic common sense. Remember the basic facts, and you should be able to answer such questions. Next, we will talk about UN Environment Program. This is another program of the UN, right? Let's start with a question. Which of the following led to the establishment of the UN Environment Program? Was it the Montreal Convention, the Chicago Declaration, Stockholm Declaration, or Kyoto Protocol? So here I'll give you the answer. A fairly simple question again. The UNEP was established through the Stockholm Declaration of 1972. The UN Environment Program today is one of the key platforms for environmental initiatives across the world, from your Climate Change Convention to the Montreal Protocol to the Convention on Biological Diversity to tackling various hazardous substances which are polluting our environment. It is UNEP which is at the forefront of protecting global environment and biodiversity. So it was established in 1972 following the UN Conference on Human Environment held in Stockholm. By the way, this was the first global level conference which was dedicated for environmental issues. So this led to the Stockholm Declaration through which UN Environment Program was created. So it tackles all global environmental issues from climate change to air pollution, water pollution, and various other environmental threats, even hunting, poaching, the destruction of habitats, and conservation of various species, tackling different pollutants. All these responsibilities, they become the mandate of the UN Environment Program. So it is the first UN declaration on global environment. Before your climate change convention and before every other environment related treaty, protocol, and convention, UNEP, which was set up through Stockholm Declaration, was the first ever global environmental initiative. So this is also a member of the UN Sustainable Development Group. UNEP is also part of the UN Sustainable Development Group. Now please note down that UNEP acts as the secretariat for some of the most important environment related conventions, treaties, and protocols. For example, UNEP acts as the secretariat for CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity, which was born out of the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. It acts as the host for Minamata Convention on Mercury to tackle mercury poisoning, which is a deadly, dangerous, heavy metal. It also acts as a secretariat for the Basel Convention, Rotterdam Convention, and Stockholm Convention. What are these conventions? It's very important. The Basel Convention deals with the transboundary movement of hazardous waste. How hazardous waste would be handled in a scientific manner, and how the transboundary movement of such waste will be regulated to prevent its leakage into the environment is dealt with under the Basel Convention. Then Rotterdam Convention deals with the movement of hazardous chemicals which are considered as hazardous for the environment. They are dealt under the Rotterdam Convention. Then Stockholm Convention deals with POPs, persistent organic pollutants. These persistent organic pollutants, they remain in the environment for decades and centuries. They are persistent. They don't degrade easily. So, regulating and tackling these hazardous substances is the goal of the BRS conventions, Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm. Then, Convention on Migratory Species, the CMS, also called the Bonn Convention. So, UNEP is the host secretariat. Then, finally, CITES, which regulates the global trade in endangered species, which is again critical for protection of threatened species. So, all these five important environment related arrangements, it is UNEP which acts as the secretariat and essentially helps in implementing them. It also plays a role in climate change negotiations. It has established the IPCC in 1988, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in coordination with World Meteorological Organization. The WMO is a UN specialized agency, which we will study later today. So WMO along with UNEP together, they created IPCC, the Governmental Panel on Climate Change in 1988. IPCC acts as a think tank for your climate change negotiations for the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So IPCC reports, they have critical value with regard to climate change negotiation. Then UNEP also implements few financing arrangements such as Global Environment Facility, the GEF. It provides financing funds from developed countries to developing underdeveloped countries for environment conservation efforts to protect a wildlife reserve or a sanctuary or to implement conservation programs. Global South countries which do not have sufficient funds, they can seek financing from developed countries through the Global Environment Facility, which is administered by the UNEP. It also administers another financial arrangement, the Multilateral Fund for the implementation of Montreal Protocol, which deals with ozone depleting substances. Montreal Protocol, as you know, is one of the most successful environment related global protocols, which has helped the global community to almost eliminate ozone depleting substances. And it has even helped in the recovery of the ozone hole. So, the financing of this through a multilateral fund is managed by UNEP and it is headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya. This is the headquarters of the UN Environment Program. Clear? So, this is again one of the most important programs of the UN. Next, the World Food Program. The World Food Program mainly deals with global food security challenges and it tries to strengthen food supply chains, ensuring adequate availability of essential food and nutrition across the world. It was established in 1961 and it is considered as one of the world's largest humanitarian agencies. It provides for free food supplies for countries that are affected by hunger and malnutrition. It provides free food supplies for countries hit by disasters or by famines or even to war zones and conflict zones. So, in places like Afghanistan, Yemen, Gaza, many African countries which are struggling with food security, which are struggling with massive hunger and malnutrition, World Food Program acts as a humanitarian agency delivering food supplies. India is one of the key contributors. India is part of the World Food Program. In fact, there is a big office of the World Food Program in Delhi. So India has taken the help of World Food Program back in 1960s when we were struggling with our own agricultural problems. But post Green Revolution, India has become a contributor. Especially in recent times, we have used World Food Program to deliver food aid to other countries. For example, in Afghanistan, in 2021, when Taliban took over the country and the people of Afghanistan were struggling for food supplies, India routed food aid and assistance through World Food Program. So through WFP, Indian food aid and supplies were delivered to the people of Afghanistan as part of our humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Then Afghanistan was hit by earthquakes and floods, which again triggered a food crisis. So India again delivered food assistance, and primarily it was delivered through World Food Program. So it was established by the Food and Agriculture Organization and UN General Assembly. UNGA, as you know, is a primary organ. The Food and Agriculture Organization is a specialized agency of the UN. So they together established the WFP in 1961, and it is headquartered in Rome, in Italy. So one of its primary goal is to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which is to end global hunger, to get rid of hunger and improve nutritional indicators, and ensure timely assistance is provided to the most affected countries across the world. So this is one of the world's largest humanitarian agencies. So there is a report with regard to food security, which involves the World Food Program. So please make a note. The Global Report on Food Crisis. It is published by the Global Network Against Food Crisis, the GNAFC. So this is established by a group of organizations. It is facilitated by the Food Security Information Network, which is funded by Food and Agriculture Organization, World Food Program, and the International Food Policy Research Institute. So these three global institutions, the IFPRI, the FAO, and WFP, they facilitate the Food Security Information Network, which in turn funds the Global Network Against Food Crises, which publishes this important report that helps you understand global hunger levels. It helps you understand where hunger and food crisis is persisting, and accordingly, food security measures can be taken up to assist these countries. So take up this question. How many of the below given statements is or are correct? World Food Program is independent of the UN system. Please think and answer this question. It was established by UN Development Program. India has not engaged with World Food Program as it is self-sufficient. What's the right answer? Please let me know in the comments below. The next fund and program we are going to discuss is UNICEF. UNICEF is a fund of the United Nations. The last three topics, they were programs of the UN, like UNDP, UNEP, and WFP, right? Now we are talking about a fund, which is UNICEF, United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. It was established in the aftermath of Second World War to protect children who had been orphaned, who had been displaced by the brutal atrocities of Second World War. So to protect the human rights of children, provide basic support for children across the world, this organization was established in 1946 and it became a permanent part of the UN in 1953. So now it is completely aligned with the Convention on Child Rights. There is a global convention on the rights of the child, Convention on the Rights of the Child of 1989. India is a signatory to it, by the way. India has signed and ratified the Global Convention or UN Convention on Rights of the Child. So UNICEF abides by these commitments to provide those basic rights to children, to protect them from abuse, to provide them with basic education, nutrition, and healthcare, to facilitate their physical and mental development, ensure they grow up in a safe space and environment, and also enable their educational pursuit and their health as well. That's the primary focus of UNICEF. So over 190 countries are members of UNICEF, and it is completely funded through voluntary contribution of the member states. India is a key contributor. Every year, India donates few $1 million in funding to the UNICEF. And it has even been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1965 in recognition of its tremendous effort post Second World War to rehabilitate orphaned and displaced children. India has also awarded the UNICEF with the Indira Gandhi Prize in 1989 in recognition of its contribution to protecting children across the world. So that is UNICEF. Now, please note down the report published by UNICEF, The State of the World's Children. This is a very key report, an important report published by UNICEF, and it runs few global initiatives. You might have come across these initiatives on social media or in newspapers. They're very well publicized by UNICEF. For example, Save the Children campaign, for which global ambassadors are also hired by UNICEF. Known celebrities like athletes, sports stars, and Hollywood superstars or Bollywood superstars are recruited by UNICEF as brand ambassadors for Save the Children campaign. The UN Global Compact to develop children's rights and business principles to ensure private businesses do not harm children's rights and ensure that there is a global arrangement to secure the rights of the children. This is a UNICEF initiative. Then Data Must Speak initiative to ensure that global educational content is made available and accessible to all children across the world. So such programs and initiatives are run by UNICEF. They have been in the news. So just make a note of this. You don't have to go in depth. You don't have to read further details. Just basic names are sufficient. So UNICEF is also headquartered in New York City. Clear? Now, moving on to another fund, the UN Population Fund, abbreviated as UNFPA. So UN Population Fund mainly focuses on reproductive health, global population, and other important aspects of maternal health. Its primary goal is to improve reproductive health and maternal health and promote better awareness about sexual and reproductive rights of women. So, through these efforts, it can help in achieving population stabilization, it can help in family planning, and thus it can empower women and ensure that gender based discrimination can be tackled. So, the UN Population Fund started its operations in 1969 and it was established by the UN Secretary General. The UN Secretariat took an executive decision in 1967 to establish a population fund and it started functioning from 1969. So it works with various governments to focus on reduction of IMR and MMR rates to reduce infant mortality, maternal mortality rates. It tries to assist governments in implementing their national health programs and strategies. Like India, it has few dedicated programs focused on maternal health and infant health care. So we can get support from UN Population Fund for the implementation of these strategies. It also focuses on enhancing access to contraceptives and birth control. It focuses on tackling child marriage, which results in unwanted pregnancies or premature pregnancies. It also helps in tackling gender based violence, which is often linked to domestic abuse and sexual abuse of women. And it also focuses on tackling genital mutilation. In several religions and communities, there is this orthodox belief that female genitalia has to be mutilated. There's a lot of superstition attached to it. So, tackling such social evils, liberating women from such orthodox practices, that is the primary goal of the Population Fund, and it functions in more than 144 countries across the world. It also tackles obstetric fistula, which is a childbirth related injury that pregnant women suffer from. It has a lasting impact. So, all these priority areas are tackled by the UN Population Fund. Now, moving on, let's talk about the UN Habitat, which is another program of the United Nations. The UN Human Settlements Program. So, UN Habitat, which was established in 1977 in Vancouver, Canada, it focuses on urban governance. It focuses on human settlements in urban areas. So it helps in tackling slums which are present across the world. It helps in improving basic urban amenities to improve transportation mobility, to tackle pollution, to tackle crime, to improve urban infrastructure and urban governance. The UN Habitat has been a key program. In fact, India's Smart City Mission and the Atal Amrut Mission, they are all aligned closely with some of the strategies and goals that are laid down by UN Habitat. The Smart City Mission of India works with UN Habitat. Even Amrut, the mission to rejuvenate India's urban areas, they work closely with UN Habitat and it even arranges financing for urban governance and urban transformation. Using better technology to improve urban governance and infrastructure is a priority of the UN Habitat. So it's headquartered in Nairobi and Under the UNGA, it has been mandated to focus on promoting the principle of sustainability in our city planning and development of urban infrastructure across the world. So, this is one of the goals the UN Habitat is trying to achieve, and it is also a member of the UN Sustainable Development Group. These are some basic facts that you should remember about the UN Habitat. So, with this, we have completed all the important funds and programs of United Nations. Now, we will move to the next section, the specialized agencies of United Nations. So, as I told you, there are 15 specialized agencies. Generally, it's said that UN specialized agencies are 15 in number, but some consider that there are 17. That's because the World Bank, which is one of the specialized agencies, it is made up of three separate international organizations. So some of them count it individually. So some say that there are 17 specialized agencies, though officially there are only 15 specialized agencies. So it wouldn't be completely incorrect if you say that there are 17 specialized agencies. So let's start this topic with a practice question. There are 17 specialized agencies working with the UN. I just told you this is not an incorrect statement. Though there are 15, it is often listed as 17 as well. Even on UN platforms and websites, it's sometimes listed as 17 specialized agencies. So there is no need for confusion over here. The statement can be interpreted as correct. But sometimes reference is made to 15 specialized agencies because World Bank Group is made up of three individual specialized agencies. This is also correct. I just told you about World Bank being made up of three different specialized institutions. These specialized agencies are international organizations working with the UN in accordance with relationship agreements between each organization and the UN. Now, this statement, I will leave it for you. I want you to find out whether each of these specialized agencies are they considered as an international organization and should they have a relationship agreement with the UN in order to enjoy the status of a specialized agency. That is what you need to figure out. So, can you consider these specialized agencies as separate international organizations? And should they have a separate relationship agreement with the UN to give them the status of a specialized agency? Find out whether this statement is correct or incorrect. And based on that, mention your answers in the comment section below. Now, talking about the specialized agencies, let's take a look at these specialized agencies of the UN. You can see the entire list provided over here. All 17 are listed here. The Food and Agriculture Organization, International Civil Aviation Organization, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. But we are not going to cover this. I don't think it's relevant and important for now, so you can skip this. We will cover International Labour Organization, IMF, the Maritime Organization, the ITU, International Telecom Organization, UNESCO, UNIDO, which focuses on industrial development. UN Tourism, again, is not too relevant. The World Tourism Organization, we can skip this. The Postal Union, Universal Postal Union, WHO, your World Health Organization, WIPO, that focuses on intellectual property rights, and World Meteorological Organization, and finally your World Bank Group, which in turn is made up of different specialized agencies. In total, we have 17, but usually it's said to be 15 specialized agencies. So these specialized agencies, they are very much part of the UN system. Not that they are completely autonomous and separate. They are part of the UN system, right? So they enter into these agreements with the UN, right? And based on that, they function as part of the UN system, as part of the UN family itself. So now we will take up some of these specialized agencies, except for two, except for UN Tourism and International Fund for Agriculture Development. Apart from these two, let's cover all the others because I feel they are very important for the upcoming prelims. Because see, I've gone through current affairs of last 18 months and all these organizations have been mentioned repeatedly, except for UN Tourism and the International Fund for Agriculture Development. So let's start with the Food and Agriculture Organization. Let's start the discussion here with the FAO. Which of the following is or are associated with Food and Agriculture Organization? That's your starting question. So there are three commissions or reports which are mentioned. The Codex Alimentarius Commission, also popularly called the CAC, the International Plant Protection Convention, State of the World's Forests. So are these related in any way to the FAO? That is your practice question. Now, what is the Food and Agriculture Organization? What does it do? The Food and Agriculture Organization, it has nearly 195 members. It not only has all the recognized UN member states, even European Union is part of it, and it mainly focuses on food security and agricultural productivity. So it works in close coordination with the Economic and Social Council and UN Development Program. It played a role in establishing the World Food Program, which we studied earlier, and mainly focuses on global food security and to solve the global food problem and problems in the field of agriculture. So it specializes in agricultural research and development. It focuses on plant varieties, on food standards. It also focuses on conservation of cultivable land, including protection of forests, wetlands, and ecosystems. So it works with various other international organizations to achieve these goals to tackle malnutrition, hunger, and food security problems. So its primary goal is to achieve sustainable development goal number 2, which is to end hunger, ensure that there is zero hunger in the world. That is the primary goal of the Food and Agriculture Organization. So it carries out research in the field of new high yielding variety of seeds, hybrid resilient variety of plants and crops. It focuses on agroforestry, fisheries, and shares this knowledge with all the member countries and will help and assist them to improve agricultural productivity in order to achieve global food security. So it was established in 1945 and it is headquartered in Rome. There are 49 members who are elected for a 3-year period who essentially become part of the council that governs and administers the Food and Agriculture Organization. So this is the governance mechanism. 49 members, they are elected for a 3-year term amongst the 195 members who are part of it. And these are the flagship publications, the key publications reports brought out by the FAO. The state of food and agriculture, world's fisheries and aquaculture, world forests, agricultural commodity markets, the state of food insecurity or food security and nutrition report. These are the key publications of the Food and Agriculture Organization. Now, FAO also comes out with the Codex Alimentarius Commission, the CAC or CAC. It was established in collaboration with WHO in 1961. So, what does the Codex deal with? It's basically a set of standards, quality standards for food. So, it acts as a guidance for regulators across the world, including the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, to tackle food adulteration and contamination of the food that we are consuming. So, it's a global standard which is established. It not only protects human health and environmental health, it also facilitates better trade opportunities. So it's a global standard for food products which countries use as a reference. Then FAO has also brought out the International Plant Protection Convention in 1952 to prevent the spread of various plant diseases and pests which can wipe out agricultural crops. So this is a global convention brought out in 1952. India is a part of it. It plays a role in tackling plant diseases and pests which are detrimental for agriculture, which can destroy global food security. So these are some important initiatives of the Food and Agriculture Organization. Now, moving on, we'll talk about another specialized agency, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. So it was established through the Chicago Convention in 1999. It is headquartered in London in United Kingdom. India has reconsidered its ICAO membership over a recent controversy. Now, let me tell you why this specialized agency is very, very important for this year's prelims. If you remember the air crash in Gujarat of a Air India flight, the deadly air crash which happened that killed hundreds of passengers, crew, and civilians on the ground. This has become one of the largest civil aviation disasters in recent times. So, this global regulator plays a role in aviation safety, in the investigation of aviation disasters. So, India is a key member. We abide and follow the rules and standards laid down by the ICAO. So, in that context of the crash of the Air India flight and the ongoing crash investigation, this organization can become very important for our exams. So, I'll give the answer. Let's evaluate these statements. Statement 1, 2, and 3, all of them are incorrect. All three are wrong. The International Civil Aviation Organization was set up through Chicago Convention. That's correct. But the year given is wrong. Not 1999. It was in 1944 through the Chicago Convention that ICAO was established. It is headquartered in Montreal, which is in the Quebec province of Canada. It's not in London, United Kingdom. And India has not reconsidered its membership. India remains an active member of ICAO. So this is also incorrect. Right answer would be option D. None of the given statements are correct. Now, what does this specialized agency of the UN do? What is its role? So this organization started functioning from 1947. It was formally established in 1947, 3 years after the Chicago Convention. Today, it has near universal membership with almost 192, 193 states being part of it, right? Except for Liechtenstein, which doesn't have an airport. All the other UN member states are part of it, along with the Cook Islands. So you can say that with Cook Islands, there are total 193 members who have signed and ratified the Chicago Convention. So they are all members of the International Civil Aviation Organization. So it is governed by an assembly where all the members meet every 3 years, and it sets the aviation standards for civil aviation industry, be it the navigation routes or the safety standards and protocols, the checks and balances to enhance aviation safety, the protocols to be followed and SOPs to be followed in investigating a air crash. All these standards are laid down by the International Civil Aviation Organization. So it has a council, which is the highest decision making body consisting of 36 members elected for 3 year terms. And the assembly brings all the members together every 3 years. So the Air Navigation Commission has been set up as a technical body which provides the navigation standards for civil aviation flights. So this is very critical to avoid any confusion between ATCs and pilots and to clearly mark out the flyway routes and points and manage global air traffic. The aeronautical message handling system, it creates a global uniform standard for messaging and communication between ground staff and crew and ATC and the pilots. So there is a standard global communication protocol which is brought out through the Civil Aviation Organization. And even with regard to meteorological standards for monitoring temperature, cloud formation, and weather conditions and atmospheric conditions, which plays a big role in civil aviation. There is a global set of meteorological standards adopted so that the alerts which are shared, early warning, forecasting which is provided, it is understandable for pilots and crew across the world without any scope for confusion. So this is the pivotal role of International Civil Aviation Organization. It has also laid down the SOPs for air crash investigation, standard protocols to be followed, So the aviation regulators in the respective countries have to follow the standards. So in India, the DGCA, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, with the Airports Authority of India, will align with these global standards laid down under ICAO. The two major reports are ICAO Safety Report and the World Civil Aviation Report. So just remember the basic facts. This is more than sufficient. Now, moving on to another specialized agency, the International Labour Organization, or the ILO. This is also important for prelims because recently India has brought out new labor codes which have taken full effect. There has been a lot of controversy surrounding the new labor codes of India, some criticism and opposition as well. But it has been praised by the industry and welcomed by industry leaders as well. So, because of this, ILO can become relevant and important. It's one of the oldest organizations in the world, established in 1919 under the then League of Nations. So, after League of Nations was disbanded and United Nations was set up, the ILO signed a relationship agreement to become part of the UN system as a specialized agency in 1946. It is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. Because, see, after New York, Geneva is the next hub of UN bodies and international organizations. Yeah, New York and Geneva, these are the two major global hubs where almost all the global bodies, UN organizations are headquartered. That's why India has a permanent representative mission, one for New York and one for Geneva. Just like we have embassies, high commissions in global capitals to engage in bilateral diplomatic ties with that respective country, we have a permanent representative to deal with UN at New York and at Geneva. Two separate dedicated missions are located. So ILO is in Geneva and it primarily focuses on labor welfare, labor rights, and relations between industries and the employees. This is the primary focus of ILO. So it focuses on codifying the labor rights through various ILO conventions to ensure the safety of the workers in a factory, to deal with occupational hazards, to secure adequate wages for laborers, to prevent the abuse and exploitation of workers through bonded labor system, or even to prevent forced labor of any kind, to prevent slavery in the form of labor which is often practiced. ILO has dedicated conventions for this. And it also tries to provide for social security standards for insurance and other benefits to help the laborers in order to ensure they have adequate social security. So, this is the primary role, and it also creates a better relationship between the industry, the private industry owners, and the employees. So, ILO functions as a tripartite body. It's very different from other organizations. Now, if you take, for example, World Meteorological Organization or Food and Agriculture Organization, only national governments are represented. States alone are represented there. But ILO is a tripartite organization where not only the states are represented, apart from the governments, even private industry and labor unions, trade unions are also represented. So it gives representation for national governments, employers, and the workers. That's why it's a tripartite organization. And because of the immense contribution for labor welfare, its role in upholding labor rights and labor standards, it was recognized with the Nobel Peace Prize in 1969. Because see, since Industrial Revolution and throughout the war period, laborers and workers across the world were blatantly abused and exploited by the capitalists and the factories. So for the first time, it was ILO which codified these conventions and standards and enforced them through the UN system and provided for the upliftment of millions of workers across the world. So in a way, it brought peace and stability to societies, preventing the class divide and the conflict between the rich and the weaker sections in societies. In recognition of these efforts, the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the ILO. So please note down the key reports, the important reports of ILO: the World Employment and Social Outlook, It paints a picture of the employment levels and the unemployment rates which are prevalent across the world. Care work and care jobs for future of decent work report. It mainly focuses on the provision of care work, for example, geriatric care, looking after old patients, or the facilities needed for employees, especially to look after kids at workplace. So all those provisions are contained in this report. The World of Work report, which is a testament on the global working standards, and the Global Wages report on the minimum wages and the security, financial security which workers enjoy, or what can be done to fix the problem with wages and social security. That is covered under the Global Wage Report. So just make a note of these key reports and the basic facts about International Labour Organization. Now let's take up one last topic before we take a small break. Let's finish another specialized agency, the WHO, the World Health Organization. The WHO is frequently in the news. First, because of the COVID pandemic and the criticism against it for mismanaging it. And recently, United States under Donald Trump, it has quit the WHO. Just a couple of weeks ago, in January 2026, the US has formally completed the exit process and it is now out of the World Health Organization. So, because of US quitting WHO, the topic becomes very, very important. The World Health Organization was set up in 1948, and obviously it focuses on health related issues to achieve international cooperation, to deal with various diseases, to contain communicable diseases, to deal with epidemics, pandemics, to focus on scientific research, new vaccine development, discovery of new drugs, and setting of new medical standards for medical education and treatment of various diseases. That is the primary role of the World Health Organization, right? So it is governed by the World Health Assembly, which is the highest decision making body, and it is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. Now, what are the key reports of WHO and what is its composition? The World Health Assembly, it meets periodically and takes all the major decisions which have to be followed by the member countries. But the governance is through an executive board of 34 member countries that are elected from the World Assembly. See, the WHO Assembly has all the members. All UN members are part of the World Health Assembly. They meet every year and they lay down the new health standards which they follow as well. But the governance is handled by a executive board consisting of 34 members who are elected from the members of World Health Assembly. So the key reports are listed over here. Just make a note, be familiar with Global Nutrition Report, and I think rest of it you can easily guess. Ambient air pollution report. Maybe these two are a little tricky. You might be misled. Apart from this, I think everything else is easily guessable. I mean, you can easily guess that it's from WHO, right? So just make a note of Global Nutrition Report and Ambient Air Pollution Report. Now, coming to my last point here before we go for the break, why did US quit WHO, right? And how will it affect the WHO? And is there an exit provision? What's the process to be followed for exiting WHO? This is something we should cover. The United States under Donald Trump has in general adopted a more conservative approach towards global diplomacy, and Trump administration since 2016, since the first Trump presidency, it has taken a stand against multilateralism, right? Even during Trump's first presidency, 2016-2020 period, that was the pandemic period. When the pandemic broke out and spread across the world in 2020, of course, WHO mishandled it. It couldn't hold China accountable where it originated. China was not sharing adequate data. It was being very opaque, right? And WHO couldn't exert any pressure on China. So Trump administration and many other countries, they were heavily critical of the inefficiency of WHO. But please understand, WHO is a toothless organization, meaning it has no enforcement powers of its own. It can't enforce compliance Countries, they have to abide by their commitments. China refused to share data and be more transparent. WHO couldn't have done anything. Legally, WHO has no such punishment powers or penalizing powers or enforcement powers. So for Trump to blame WHO entirely was again not justified. But that has been Trump's policy. So when he came back to power last year, under the second presidency, they have targeted WHO again. And the US invoked its right. The US invoked its right to exit WHO. But please note down, please remember, there is no exit provision under the WHO. So formally, there is no exit provision provided under World Health Organization. So no member can just quit as they want. But however, when US had joined WHO in 1940s, the US Congress had placed a mandatory exit clause. The US Congress had insisted that if US has to join and become a member, there will be an exit provision and the US government can invoke this right to exit the World Health Organization. But they have to give a 1 year notice and they have to fulfill all the pending payments. Because see, WHO functions entirely on the voluntary contributions made by the member countries. Okay, there are two type of contributions that members make. One is assessed contribution, which is the mandatory contribution determined by World Health Assembly. And US is, of course, the biggest contributor in the assessed category. US contribution accounts for nearly 22.5%, whereas China is at 15% of the total share. Clear? Then there is also something known as voluntary contribution. I told you, right? There are two types of contributions made by members. One is mandatory assessed contribution determined by World Health Assembly, which the members have to provide. There is a voluntary contribution as well. The second type, if countries have more financial capability, they can contribute more for global health. So US has been the biggest donor, accounting for 13% of voluntary donations. Whereas Trump's biggest complaint was China, which was responsible for the pandemic, barely accounts for 0.14% of voluntary donations. But he forgets the divide between a developed world and developing emerging economies. Irrespective of that, US has invoked the congressional right and using that exit clause last year in January 2025. In January 2025, the US issued the 1 year notice to exit WHO. So since then, the countdown had started and US had completed all the pending remaining payments that were there. So in January 2026, with the completion of 1 year notice, the US has now formally exited the World Health Organization. Though WHO does not provide for an exit clause, US Congress had added this condition. So by using this provision and giving a 1 year notice, US has now left the World Health Organization. So of course, US leaving the WHO will have a big financial impact. It was the biggest contributor of assessed mandatory contribution and the biggest donor under the voluntary category. So when these funds will dry up, it will directly affect WHO's ongoing programs. It will affect epidemic pandemic management across the world. It will affect scientific research, vaccine development, and containing the communicable and even non-communicable diseases across the world. So the decision of the US administration will have a cascading effect on global health, and it could make the world more vulnerable for more deadly diseases and health conditions. That is why the topic, I believe, is very, very important and relevant. Now, I think we can take a short break. We've completed 2 hours of continuous discussion. So it's a long marathon today, easily 6 to 7 hours of class, where we are covering all the important organizations, groupings, treaties, and conventions. So let's take a 15 minutes break. It's around 6 p.m. So come back around 6:15 p.m. Clear? So please come back. We will start again and we will finish the specialized agencies and then move on to the other sections. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. Now, before we start, can you please let me know if the audio video is fine? Can you please type yes if I'm clearly audible and visible? Kindly let me know if the audio video is fine so we can continue with the session. Great. So now we have already completed some of the most important organizations which are part of the UN system. We have few more which are left. Let's wrap it up and then we will look at some other entities and related bodies which work closely with the United Nations. So now we will talk about another specialized agency, which is the International Telecommunication Union, also known as the ITU. This is the oldest specialized agency of the UN. It was established in the year 1865. It is headquartered in Geneva, in Switzerland, and as the name tells you, it focuses on the telecommunication sector. So, under the UN system, the ITU is responsible for global coordination with regard to radio spectrums, for allocation of satellite orbits, and for establishing common digital standards. So, there are 194 members which are part of it, which includes India. So, every time ISRO launches satellites, the satellite orbit allocation is provided by the ITU. Even for global telecom spectrum allocation and radio spectrum utilization, the standards are provided by the International Telecommunication Union. So, this body plays a very, very important role in the world of digital telecommunication and internet based technologies. So, kindly remember this, it is more than sufficient about ITU. Now, moving on to another specialized agency, the Universal Postal Union. This is the second oldest specialized agency. It was established in 1874, almost 9 years after the International Telegraph Union, which later became the Telecommunication Union. So, this makes the Universal Postal Union the second oldest specialized agency of the UN. It was set up through the Treaty of Bern and it is headquartered in the city of Bern in Switzerland. So, as you can see, Switzerland is a major hub of UN agencies and various bodies of the UN. So the Universal Postal Union, it sets standards for postal and mailing. It basically sets the global standards for postal networks, for mailing and for posting, and achieves this global cooperation with postal agencies across the world, both public sector and private sector postal agencies. So just remember the year when it was set up, the Treaty of Bern, its headquarters, and what is its role. That is more than sufficient. Don't go into further details. Now, coming to the most important specialized agencies, World Bank and the IMF. Both World Bank and IMF, which are also referred to as the Bretton Woods institutions, even these are specialized agencies of the UN. They were established in 1944 following the Bretton Woods Conference at the famous Bretton Woods Hotel, which led to the establishment of these institutions that today govern global financial architecture. World Bank, as you know, it primarily provides for developmental funds. It provides loans, assistance, aid, and grants for development projects, primarily in low income countries, middle income countries, especially in the developing, underdeveloped world. The financial support given by World Bank for developmental projects is very critical. India itself takes several loans from World Bank for various welfare programs and infrastructure projects. The IMF, on the other hand, acts as a lender of last resort, especially when a country faces a financial crisis, a liquidity crisis. If there is a balance of payments crisis like India faced in 1991, IMF is seen as the lender of last resort. It provides that much needed emergency funding, liquidity funding to help countries overcome their financial crisis. Recently, we have had Sri Lanka, Pakistan. They approached IMF and they've secured IMF bailout packages to overcome the economic crisis that they have dealt with. So that's why World Bank and IMF both are very important, and both are headquartered in Washington in the United States. Now let's dive a little into these topics. Let's quickly understand the other related agencies which are under the World Bank group. The World Bank is not just one institution, it's a collection of around five institutions, and three of them have a separate status of international organization on their own. So the World Bank group is made up of these five entities. The IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It was primarily set up to assist in reconstruction efforts post Second World War, to help countries across the world which were decimated by the Second World War to mobilize the capital to reconstruct and rebuild economies and infrastructure. So today, IBRD remains a reconstruction and development bank and provides development loans at concessional interest rates and helps low income and middle income countries to focus on welfare schemes and development projects and infrastructure initiatives. Then we have International Development Association, sometimes it's also referred to as International Development Agency, established in 1960. So this provides concessional funding for development projects, specifically socio-economic projects like rural development projects, healthcare initiatives, education related programs. So development programs in global south countries is financed through International Development Association. So India borrows both from IBRD and as well as from IDA. Next, you have International Finance Corporation, the IFC, set up in 1956, which carries out the risk assessment in the financial sector, facilitates private investments. It provides advisory opinion for private capital, which is moving across the world, and helps drive private investments into a country. So these investments could facilitate large public infrastructure projects. So the IFC plays this crucial role of channeling global capital towards countries where it is required for development and infrastructure projects. Then you have two other smaller organizations, the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, set up in 1965. This is primarily to settle disputes between member states and entities when financial disputes come up. And there is also a multilateral investment guarantee agency, the MIGA, set up in 1988, which provides for risk insurance in case the borrowing countries can't repay the loans they have taken. The risk insurance will kick in order to secure those loans. So these five together make up your World Bank group. But generally, the first three are considered to be international organizations of their own, considered to be specialized agencies of their own. But since they are collectively part of the World Bank group, they are all counted together as one entity. So World Bank publishes several important reports, which is very important for the exams. Please make a note of this and try to remember this. Instead of blindly by hearting it, learning it through rote memory, try to revise it again and again so that you remember these reports and ensure that you know which organization publishes them. The Global Economic Prospects, International Debt Statistics, World Development Report, Global Financial Development Report, Logistics Performance Index, very important report, and Poverty and Shared Prosperity 2020. The World Bank used to publish a report known as Ease of Doing Business, also called Doing Business Report. This would estimate how easy it is to set up, run, and close a business in a country. And this was seen as a guiding factor for global investments as well. But following a controversy regarding a fraud carried out in the Ease of Doing Business report, this report has now been stopped. It has completely ceased from 2020 onwards. It was discontinued in 2021 officially. So now it has been replaced by a new report known as the Be Ready Project or Business Ready Project. So Ease of Doing Business report doesn't exist anymore. There was a big scandal that some governments, which were rich and influential, that they were meddling with the index and ensuring they would get a better rating in order to attract investments. So following this scandal, it was paused in 2020 and it was officially discontinued from 2021. So recently in 2024, it has been replaced with the Business Ready project. And now 180 countries are being ranked from 2026 onwards under the Be Ready project. This will serve as an indicator for businesses across the world to understand how easy or difficult it is to start, run, and close a business in a particular country. Coming to the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, as I told you, it's considered as the lender of last resort. It's mainly meant to provide contingent funding. When a country faces a contingency, when its forex reserves deplete, and if a country can't sustain imports anymore, if it's on the verge of going bankrupt because of the balance of payments crisis. So during such a liquidity crunch, countries can approach the IMF for a bailout package. India has approached the IMF in 1991 during the BOP crisis. Similarly, many countries, the PIGS countries in Europe, Portugal, Greece, and the others, they took contingent funding from the European Central Bank, the ECB, and as well as from the IMF as well. Then, in our own neighborhood, recently we have Sri Lanka and Pakistan, which are going through a serious economic crisis, which have obtained a IMF bailout package. But the problem with these two institutions is that they are entirely controlled by Western powers. World Bank is dominated by United States. Even the World Bank president is always a US candidate. The IMF is dominated by European Union. They have the highest voting share. And even though other countries' contribution has increased, their voting quota has not increased. This is one of the pain points for countries like India, China, Brazil, and others. Today, we are contributing funds to World Bank and IMF. We are no longer just borrowing from them. But despite the increase in our contributions, these institutions have not been reformed. The voting share has not changed. The quota which is assigned to countries, this has not changed. And US and European Union, they completely dominate these bodies and thus they control the global financial architecture. So this is one of the biggest complaints of developing and emerging countries like India, Brazil, China, and others. That's why the BRICS grouping is mainly focused on countering World Bank and IMF, which are Western dominated institutions. Because when you take assistance from World Bank and IMF, it is always conditional. In order to get contingent funding from IMF, you may have to compromise on your economic sovereignty. The IMF will force the borrowing country to devalue their currency or liberalize their markets and throw open their markets for foreign goods, for foreign companies and investments. And this might destroy your domestic producers. So, a country which is borrowing from IMF is often forced. Its difficult situation is misused by the IMF to create an opening for Western companies and Western capital. And that's why many countries have a problem in the manner in which IMF functions. India itself has suffered those consequences. So that's the reason why the BRICS group, led by India, Russia, China, Brazil, and South Africa, and others, they are seeking to reform the global financial architecture by directly countering World Bank and IMF. Initially, they were pushing for reforms, but they realized US and European Union will not let go of their monopoly. So that's why they're trying to create parallel architecture, parallel institutions through the BRICS grouping. So please note down these basic details about the IMF and the reports, World Economic Outlook and Global Financial Stability Report. In fact, UPSC has already asked two questions on these reports. There was one very simple question on World Economic Outlook and one simple question on Global Financial Stability Report. But still, you never know, just remember them. Now, coming to another specialized agency, the WMO, World Meteorological Organization. It was established in 1950 through the Convention of World Meteorological Organization that was signed in 1947, and it is headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. So, as you can guess, it pioneers global research in the field of meteorological and atmospheric studies, and it lays down global standards for early warning and forecasting. And it plays a pivotal role in understanding climate change and the impact of global warming. So it works very closely with UN Environment Program. And together they have established the IPCC, which we already studied when we spoke about UNEP before the break. We already discussed the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, set up in 1988, which has been the key research and think tank, the research body and think tank in the field of climate change. So the WMO also enables global sharing of meteorological data and information, which can help in early warning for disasters. So it plays a key role in disaster management with regard to early warning and forecasting. For example, with regard to cyclone alerts and cyclone tracking, and tsunami alerts and tsunami tracking, the WMO has laid down global standards and facilitated the sharing of the information to ensure that real time alerts are disseminated across the region which could be affected by these disasters. Is that clear? So, that is the role of the WMO. So, there are important plans and initiatives that is implemented by WMO focused on disaster risk reduction. It has a global framework for climate related services. There is a integrated global observing system, which is for a constellation of global satellites and sensor networks and um, observation equipment across the world, which enables in tracking global weather changes and climatic changes which are happening. There is aviation meteorological services, the data which is shared with International Civil Aviation Organization, and it also specializes in polar atmospheric research and in high altitude mountainous areas to study the higher reaches of the atmosphere and to better understand meteorological phenomena. So it pioneers weather modeling systems and shares that knowledge with the other countries as well. These are the key reports published by WMO. Please note down the greenhouse gas bulletin. Very, very important. This report gives an accurate estimate as much as possible of the global emission levels that to a country wise breakdown is provided. And these are your other reports which are in news. Yeah. So since climate change, global warming is a pressing topic, you can expect questions on WMO and the reports it publishes. Now moving on to another specialized agency, the International Maritime Organization, the IMO, which is based out of London in United Kingdom. It was set up in 1948 and it essentially regulates the global shipping industry. It sets global standards for regulating maritime traffic. It deals with marine pollution. It also deals with the safety of seafarers. It lays down standard protocols to deal with shipping accidents, to establish search and rescue, to come to the assistance of stranded seafarers. So these are the primary responsibilities of the International Maritime Organization. It lays down few regulatory standards for shipbuilding industry, for ship recycling, because in the shipbuilding industry there are a lot of hazardous chemicals and materials which are used. And when a ship reaches the end of its life cycle, when it is completely disassembled and broken up and recycled eventually, there is a risk of hazardous heavy metals and contaminants and chemicals leaking into the environment. So regulating these areas, protecting marine environment and making shipping as safe and sustainable as possible is the primary goal of International Maritime Organization. So in this regard, the IMO has brought out few conventions which you have to be familiar with. Please make a note of this. This is very important. UPSC has never asked a question. So there is a very good chance that this year we might get a question on IMO. The Marpol Convention of 1973 that deals with marine pollution caused by ships. Since ships use different types of propulsion, including fossil fuel based propulsion, right, from diesel to gas, the emissions, they end up polluting the marine environment. And since ships carry dangerous, hazardous cargo, they carry mineral oil, hazardous chemicals, and many hazardous substances are transported over long distances. So there is a very high chance of the hazardous material leaking into the marine and coastal ecosystems, which can cause significant pollution of these ecosystems. So to tackle such pollution, prevent such accidents, and to deal with those incidents, deal with oil spills, for example, there are standard protocols and procedures set up under the Marpol Convention. India is a party to it. Next, the SOLAS Convention of 1974, safety of life at sea. SOLAS stands for safety of life at sea. This convention is designed to protect the seafarers, the crew members who are operating these ships. As you know, ships are the backbone of global logistics and supply chains. And India is one of the biggest contributor of merchant navy officers. India is the biggest source for human resource for the entire global shipping industry. Across the world, in almost each and every ship, you will find Indian crew members, right? So India plays a very big role, and ships, since they are at risk of accidents from disasters or any tragedy or a mishap, it directly threatens the life of the seafarers. So protecting them, enhancing the safety standards, providing better compensation to them, and launching search and rescue operations. So these standards are established through the SOLAS Convention, safety of life at sea. Then we have the Cape Town Agreement of 2012 that establishes minimum safety requirements for fishing vessels, because fishing vessels were largely unregulated. So Cape Town Agreement brought out a set of standards for a certain category of fishing vessels. But the most recent convention, which is very, very important for this year prelims, is the Hong Kong Convention. This is the reason why I believe IMO can be a big topic for this prelims. The Hong Kong International Convention that deals with ship recycling industry. It was recently brought into force in June 2025. It was brought out 2 years ago, but it still did not come into force because it had to be signed and ratified by a minimum number of members. So last year, in June, it achieved that threshold, and now it has taken full effect and it has come into force. So this has great relevance for India. India is a party to this as well. India has acceded to the Hong Kong International Convention because India is a hub of shipbreaking industry, especially Alang in Gujarat is one of the global hubs for the shipbreaking industry. Same with Bangladesh. It also plays a big role in shipbreaking. So most of the used old ships which are being decommissioned, they're often dispatched from developed countries, industrialized nations towards developing underdeveloped countries like India, Bangladesh, and others. Because these ships might carry a lot of hazardous material and substances, from asbestos to mercury, sometimes even uranium or radioactive material. So there is a big risk of environmental contamination and threat to human life and environment with regard to ship recycling industry. Much of the ship recycling is largely unregulated. That's why the Hong Kong International Convention is very critical, and India can make use of these standards to streamline ship recycling and could emerge as a global hub for shipbreaking industries. So that's why the topic is very, very important. It has come into full effect from last year. Now, coming to another specialized agency of the UN, the WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. The WIPO streamlines intellectual property rights enforcement, copyrights, trademark, patenting, etc. They are streamlined to protect intellectual property in order to incentivize researchers and innovators, to incentivize companies to invest more in R&D. It's very essential to protect intellectual property, and that is the primary role of WIPO. It works in close coordination with WTO TRIPS. So it lays down the global IP standards, headquartered in Geneva, Switzerland. India is, of course, a part of the WIPO, and we even abide by some of the WIPO standards. So the report it publishes, the World Intellectual Property Report and Global Innovation Index. These are some of the most awaited reports, especially Global Innovation Index. It gives you an indication on the R&D which is taking place in a country, the intellectual property coming out of a country, the number of patents being filed, that's a clear sign of the investments happening in research and development. Countries like China, US, Japan, they are way ahead of India when it comes to the ranking on Global Innovation Index. India still lags behind, but we have made some improvements and some progress. But still, compared to other peers, India is way behind the curve when it comes to Global Innovation Index. So, this is the WIPO or World Intellectual Property Organization. Now, coming to UNIDO, the UN Industrial Development Organization. This is again a specialized agency established in 1966 by UN General Assembly to promote industrial growth and industrial development, especially to assist smaller countries and middle income countries to focus on their industrial transformation in a post colonial world order. Because colonial powers, they had destroyed the native economies in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So, post decolonization, the new independent nations that were emerging, they had to build everything from scratch, be it their metallurgical industries, agriculture, and essential production. They had to build everything from scratch. They didn't have access to capital, they didn't have access to technology, they didn't have access to even raw materials. So, UNIDO was conceptualized in this era and set up in 1966 to support the global south to focus on their industrial transformation in a post colonial world order. It is consisting of 173 member states and headquartered in Vienna, Austria. In 2013, the Lima Declaration was adopted that has brought out an inclusive and sustainable industrial development index, which is playing a role in safe promotion, sustainable promotion of industrial activities. The Lima Declaration contains a set of standards how industrial growth can be achieved with minimal damage to environment and ecosystems, and ensuring that the benefits of industrial growth is inclusive and equitable, and local communities should benefit from industrial activities. So these standards are laid down under the Lima Declaration, and India is a very active participant with UNIDO. It publishes an important report, the Industrial Development Report. It's a guide for industries and investors and governments across the world. So that is UNIDO. Now, coming to one of the most popular UN organizations, the UNESCO. UNESCO is also a specialized agency of the UN. It's not a primary organ, it's not a fund or a program, it's a specialized agency of the UN. And it was established in 1945, right when the UN was established after Second World War. So UNESCO stands for United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. So it mainly focuses on protecting the culture which defines humanity and furthering scientific temper, scientific research, promoting educational initiatives, environmental initiatives. So it's almost like a scientific organization of the UN. You can call it a scientific branch of the UN. So it focuses on protecting natural heritage sites, cultural heritage sites, protecting key ecosystems through unique programs, and assists the member countries to focus on education, scientific, and cultural cooperation. So, UNESCO runs some important programs which all of you are aware of. It implements the Man and Biosphere program since 1970s, under which UNESCO biosphere reserves are established and recognized. For example, some of the biosphere reserves in India, they are recognized under the Man and Biosphere program. So these biosphere reserves, which are part of the MAB initiative, they will receive additional funds and expertise for the conservation efforts. UNESCO will channel dedicated funds for protection efforts and conservation efforts at these biosphere reserves. This is where the core buffer model of conservation is implemented. The core buffer strategy of conservation of protected areas, which you see in your tiger reserves as well. It is primarily inspired by the Man and Biosphere program, where these biosphere reserves Once they are recognized by the UN, you need a separate core area where human activities are completely prohibited. If there are human habitations, they are translocated, and a buffer zone is set up, buffer and contiguous zone, where limited regulated human activities can be allowed. So this model of conservation has yielded very good results in the field of environment conservation. So India is home to several such biosphere reserves recognized under UNESCO's MAB program. Then UNESCO implements the World Heritage Site program, under which cultural and natural sites, or even mixed category sites of great heritage, are recognized as a World Heritage Site. So India is home to several such World Heritage Sites, which Abhishek sir would cover under art and culture. India has several natural and cultural sites. We have one mixed heritage site, which is Kanchenjunga Biosphere Reserve. So World Heritage Site Program is also designed to conserve natural sites of heritage, cultural sites of heritage, and this also brings more funds for conservation efforts. It also provides more technical expertise. UNESCO will assist the countries in protecting these World Heritage Sites. Then UNESCO also runs the Intangible Cultural Heritage Program, where intangible cultural heritage is also recognized, such as festivals or customs, food, cultural practices are recognized as intangible cultural heritage, and it gets that global recognition. It gives you more visibility to promote these aspects and also build economic livelihoods around it. Right? Same happens with World Heritage Sites. It can drive more tourism, creating a lot of livelihood opportunities for locals, along with improving conservation efforts. So these are the key programs and initiatives of UNESCO. It implements many other initiatives, but these are the most important and popular ones. It's headquartered in Paris and has 194 member countries and 12 associate members. So its main focus is on education, natural sciences, social human sciences, culture, communication, and information. These are the five priority areas of UNESCO. It even focuses on new age media, new age forms of communication like social media. What is its impact on the youth and the society at large? Right? It focuses on research and development in very important and critical areas of scientific advancement. So UNESCO collaborates with many other UN bodies and organs as part of these initiatives. So this completes our discussion on all the specialized agencies of the United Nations. So now let's move towards other UN entities and global bodies which are frequently in the news. Let us start with the UN Human Rights Council, the UNHRC, which is in the news because of the Ukraine war and the Gaza war. As we discussed under ICJ, Israel stands accused of committing a genocide in Gaza. South Africa has filed a case at ICJ, and there are resolutions pushed at UNHRC accusing Israel of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Similar allegations are brought up against Russia as well with regard to its alleged violations in Ukraine. So UNHRC is constantly in the news, and the United States has quit the UN Human Rights Council. As we discussed, Donald Trump is opposed to any such UN body where geopolitical uh, challenges will come up for the United States. Similarly, US has quit UNESCO as well. Since at UNESCO, Palestine was admitted, and this went against Israeli and American interests. US, Israel had quit UNESCO. They have done it multiple times. In the past as well, US, Israel, they have a habit of quitting UNESCO and UN Human Rights Council. So it's an intergovernmental body. It's not a specialized agency. It's an intergovernmental body, but it's part of the UN family. It's within the UN system. So the current Human Rights Council, it was established in 2006 by the UN General Assembly as one of its subsidiary organs. So it essentially functions as a subsidiary organ of UNGA. So UNHRC replaced an old body. There was an old human rights organization, the UN Commission on Human Rights, which was very controversial because in this Commission on Human Rights, even authoritarian countries were given leadership positions. Countries from West Asia, Africa, known for military dictatorships, known for crushing democracy and human rights, they were given decision-making roles. So because of all the controversy and criticism, this old Commission on Human Rights was disbanded and replaced by the UNHRC. But unfortunately, the same problems exist with UNHRC as well. Countries which are known to violate human rights, they themselves are part of it. United States itself is a big violator of human rights with repeated wars and conflicts and military interventions. Israel, then Russia, and many others, they exercise a lot of influence. But when it's uncomfortable for them, they'll exit the groups as well. Then countries from Africa and West Asia, which are authoritarian and dictatorial, they have been given pivotal leadership roles in UNHRC. Right? Pakistan, for example, sometimes projects itself as a leading power of human rights. So that's why UNHRC becomes controversial with regard to its ineffectiveness. So it's headquartered in Geneva, in Switzerland, and it is run by 47 member countries which are elected to the body. The UNGA elects 47 UN member states who become part of the Human Rights Council. They're elected for a 3-year term on the basis of regional geographical distribution. Is that clear? So UNHRC can adopt resolutions in case of human right violations, and it can even lead to the establishment of an investigating committee, an international committee, which can investigate these allegations of war crimes and crimes against humanity in the alleged country where it has taken place. Like, for example, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka stands accused at UNHRC of committing gross violations against Tamil minorities during the last phase of the civil war. From 2011 till now, Sri Lanka still faces these charges. Many times, resolutions are brought up against Sri Lanka by Western governments like UK, Canada, and others. So, previously, when India had hostile leaders in Sri Lanka, the Rajapaksa brothers, Mahinda Rajapaksa and Godbaya Rajapaksa, under their governments, when they were accused of committing serious human rights violations during the last phase of the civil war against Tamils, India faced a big dilemma whether India should protect Sri Lanka from any external investigation from UNHRC because it was primarily motivated by Western interests, or should we protect Tamil minorities and push for external investigation because that risk would have pushed Sri Lanka towards China. So the then Manmohan Singh government in 2012-13 period, it had decided to initially protect the Rajapaksa government and use our influence to defeat this Western resolution against the Rajapaksa government. But at the last minute, there was a lot of pressure exerted from Tamil Nadu. Since the Tamil issue in Sri Lanka, it has a big impact in Tamil Nadu. There was a lot of political pressure from coalition partners like DMK and all the other political parties in Tamil Nadu. So India was forced at the last minute to change its decision. And we voted against Sri Lanka, supporting this Western resolution. So this affected India's ties with Sri Lanka and it further pushed the Rajapaksa government into the hands of China. So UNHRC has always been in the news. So that's why the role, the composition structure is important. Now coming to World Economic Forum, which was recently held at Davos in Switzerland. So what is the World Economic Forum? This time there were a lot of big waves that were made, right? Donald Trump delivered some very controversial statements and raking up the Greenland issue, criticizing European powers, threatening them, bullying them. Then the French president Emmanuel Macron, right? He brought his own style to the World Economic Forum conclave at Davos and tried countering US bullying tactics. The Canadian PM made some very bold statements pointing towards the American hegemony, why it is important to shift towards new policies and new partners in a changing world order. So a lot of big things happened this time at the World Economic Forum. So World Economic Forum is not an international organization. It's not part of the UN. It's not an intergovernmental body. It is a global advocacy group and a non-governmental organization. It's a NGO. It's a global advocacy platform which was established by a German engineer, Klaus Schwab, in 1971 to bring global leaders, industry captains, and all the stakeholders in the global economy together so that they can debate on the global economic issues and resolve these global challenges. So it is based out of Cologne in Geneva, Switzerland. And every year there is this annual conclave in Davos that brings world leaders from government, from private sector, and research and academia and media together at Davos. It's one of the most high profile events that happens every year in the end of January. The World Economic Forum, it basically keeps track of all the big economic changes, geopolitical developments, and helps in shaping policy, helps in driving investments. So it publishes some important reports such as Global Competitiveness Report, Global Gender Gap Report, highlighting gender divisions, Energy Transition Index, Global Risk Report, Global Travel and Tourism. So please note down the names of these critical publications brought out by the World Economic Forum. Now, moving on, we will look at other global groupings and organizations, starting with the OPEC and OPEC Plus. OPEC stands for Organization for Petroleum Exporting Countries. It was established in 1960 through the Baghdad Declaration that was signed by the major oil producing and exporting nations. It was founded by Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela at the Baghdad Conference of 1960. Over the years, its membership has expanded. Many new countries have joined, some have joined and exited as well. There are some who have joined, quit, and rejoined again. So today, OPEC consists of 12 member countries, mainly from West Asia, Africa, and Latin America region. So the major oil producing and exporting countries such as Algeria, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Venezuela. These are the countries which are part of OPEC. So what does OPEC do? It acts as a pressure group and it acts as a cartel. It is alleged to have cartelized the global oil markets. It basically manipulates global oil prices by altering the production and supply in order to protect the profits of these oil exporting countries. The oil, just like any commodity, it is subject to price fluctuation depending on market conditions, depending on demand supply equation. But the OPEC countries, which have a strong hold over oil supplies, they can easily manipulate oil prices by determining the supply depending on the demand. Even if demand has dropped, they can alter the supply in such a way that they can keep the prices artificially higher. Or if demand is surging, they can deliberately cut back on supplies to further let the prices increase and skyrocket. And that's why the volatility in oil market, much of it is related to the policies of OPEC countries. The most powerful country in OPEC is, of course, Saudi Arabia. As a leader of the Sunni Muslim world and one of the leading oil producers, it works with the other oil exporting countries and they actually act as a cartel and they manipulate their supply. They increase or cut down their supply demand depending on demand in order to keep up the prices to maintain their profit margins. So that's why countries like India, China, which are oil importing nations, they are often critical of OPEC and its price manipulation, which is done. So today there is an expanded version of this group called OPEC Plus, which was formed in 2016, that has brought non-OPEC oil exporting countries under the OPEC Plus initiative. So one of the leading oil producers of the world, that is Russia, has tied up with Saudi Arabia to establish the OPEC Plus, which is sort of an expanded group. So 10 non-OPEC member countries are brought into this: Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Brunei, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Malaysia, Sudan and South Sudan, and Oman. These are the other major oil producing and exporting countries which are not in OPEC. So together, these 22 countries make up the OPEC Plus. And Russia, Saudi Arabia are the leaders of the outfit. And they are accused of manipulating oil prices to suit their economic and geopolitical interests. For example, during the COVID pandemic, when prices were supposed to crash because of lockdowns, there was a crash in demand for oil and gas. But still, OPEC plus countries, Russia and Saudi especially, they colluded and worked together and they cut back supplies in such a manner to keep up the prices artificially to maintain and protect their profit margins. So you see this happening regularly. So that's why OPEC and OPEC Plus are often criticized of acting like a cartel. So given the current developments in the global oil markets, these groups are very, very important. Now let's talk about the International Seabed Authority, ISA. It is headquartered in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, in West Indies. That's where the International Seabed Authority is based out of, in Kingston, in the Caribbean nation of Jamaica. So this is an intergovernmental body. It's a independent body on its own, but its main role is to enforce the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. It was set up through the UN Convention on Law of the Sea, and it establishes some of the provisions that are provided under the UN clause. So the UN clause, which defines maritime boundaries such as territorial waters, contiguous zone, and exclusive economic zone. So it determines national jurisdiction and the different rights that coastal states will enjoy. But beyond the exclusive economic zone, beyond national jurisdiction, in the high seas, if resources have to be mined, then the license for deep sea mining should be obtained from this authority, the International Seabed Authority. It regulates the resources that are present beyond national jurisdiction. That is, mineral deposits primarily, hydrocarbon deposits, which could be found beyond the EEZ of a nation in the high seas, on the seabed, and in the subsoil. So, if a country has to carry out such deep sea exploration and mining, they have to obtain licenses from International Seabed Authority. So, this is an extension of UN clause provisions. And today there is a separate treaty called BBNJ, Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdiction or National Jurisdiction, also called the High Seas Treaty. The High Seas Treaty or Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. This applies for biodiversity protection in the high seas. Because in high seas, it is seen as part of global commons. It does not belong to any country. Beyond the EEZ, where country's national jurisdiction ends, rest of it belongs to international waters. It's seen as part of global commons, as part of global humanity. No country can claim sovereignty in high seas. So for conserving the biodiversity and protecting the marine environment in high seas, the BBNJ was recently adopted, or the High Seas Treaty. So UN clause and High Seas Treaty together provide for these regulations, and International Seabed Authority, it regulates the resources which are found on the sea floor and in the subsoil beyond a country's national jurisdiction. So India has applied for such licenses for deep sea mining and exploration. India has a very ambitious deep sea mission coming up, the Samudrayan, under which India is looking to deploy a submersible to carry out deep sea exploration in the central Indian Ocean basin. So there are few locations where India is very keen. We have already obtained these exploration and mining licenses from International Seabed Authority. There is a block in central Indian Ocean basin rich in polymetallic nodules, which has been awarded to India. See, deep sea mining and exploration is very difficult, costly, expensive, and time consuming. So practically no country has yet started deep sea mining, right? It's very cost prohibitive. And also the technology required is very complex. But still countries get hold of the licenses just in case. This is a strategic game to keep away others from the region. Because see, if India doesn't get the licenses, tomorrow China could get hold of the licenses. Whether they will actually explore and mine or not, that's a different argument altogether. But to ensure that strategic space is preserved, many countries apply for the licenses, even though they still don't have the capabilities. But India is one of the leading powers, on par with Japan, US, China, and others, which are looking to pioneer deep ocean mining and research. So Samudrayan project would be the first step for India in that regard. And we have also secured licenses for the Carlsberg Ridge in central Indian Ocean, which is said to be very rich in polymetallic sulfides, which can yield copper, zinc, gold, and silver. So they'll be rich in critical minerals like copper and precious metals like gold. We have also secured the Afnesi Nicotin seamount in Central Indian Ocean, rich in cobalt, the ferromanganese crust, which has high concentration of cobalt, can be found over here. So these are three important sites that India is looking to explore and probably mine in the coming years and decades. There's another location where India, Sri Lanka are now having a dispute. Sri Lanka also has applied, India also has applied for a license from International Seabed Authority. It's also in the Indian Ocean. Can you find out which location is this? Where both countries are competing over a certain region for deep sea mining and exploration. Now, coming to the next body, the International Organization for Migration. Since migration issues are trending across the world and there is a anti-migration sentiment in most countries, it's very important to focus on the IOM, which is responsible for regulating the safe and orderly movement of migrants. It deals with legal migration, illegal migration, displacement of internally affected people or IDPs. It also sometimes coordinates with other entities to deal with refugee flow as well. So, this organization was set up in 1951 and it performs a critical humanitarian role to facilitate safe and orderly migration. It maintains data on global migration trends. It also works with governments to facilitate safe and orderly movement of migrants. So, as I said, migrants could be legal, illegal, right? Or sometimes internally displaced people or refugees as well, right? So, the IOM primarily deals with all issues related to migration and it facilitates the governments and tries to ensure that the basic rights, human rights of migrant workers is protected. So, since India has a lot of migrant workers abroad, an organization like IOM can be important. So, it's related to the UN, but it's not essentially um, within the UN itself. It's not a core institution of the UN, but it's very much part of the family. It's very much part of the larger UN system and UN family. Yeah, it's not like a primary organ or a specialized agency, but it's one of the institutions which is part of the larger UN family. So, talking about migration, there is a global compact which has been adopted for safe and orderly migration. It's based on the New York Declaration. It was recently adopted by UN General Assembly and it provides a global framework for facilitating global migration and movement of people. Yeah, the Global Compact on Safe and Orderly Migration. Now, coming to another global organization, the International Whaling Commission, IWC, established in 1946 primarily to regulate the hunting of whales for commercial purposes and to protect the species. At one point, countries like Canada, Japan, Scandinavian countries, US, they were mass hunting whales across the world throughout 17th, 18th century, 19th century as well, in through much part of 20th century initially. And this had led to the large drop in the whale population across the world. So, the International Whaling Commission, which has been functioning within the UN family since 1946, plays a critical role by working with 88 governments across the world to regulate whaling and ensure that the species is protected and not over exploited. Whale hunting is permitted only with special licenses, special permits, that too for scientific purposes alone. Otherwise, hunting of whales for commercial activities is prohibited and very tightly regulated by this body, the International Whaling Commission. Is that clear? So, this is another important organization which is often mentioned in the news. Now, coming to the polar regions, let's take a quick look at the Arctic and Antarctic. What are the regulatory systems in place here? Especially Arctic becomes important because of the Greenland issue that Donald Trump has flared up with Denmark. So, the North Pole is essentially governed by the Arctic Council. It's a grouping for this region. It's a platform, an intergovernmental platform made up of the 8 Arctic states that are located in the Arctic Circle. So countries which are located above the 66.5-degree latitude, which are part of the Arctic Ocean, which have a territorial presence over here, they are part of the Arctic Council. So these 8 Arctic states, that is the United States because of Alaska, then Canada, then Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, right? All your Scandinavian Nordic countries from Northern Europe. Of course, that includes Greenland, which is part of Denmark's sovereignty, Russia. So these countries are seen as part of the Arctic region. Today, in the Arctic, the ice caps are melting because of global warming and new shipping routes are opening up. So countries like Russia are very keen to open up new shipping routes and trade routes via the Bering Strait over here, which is a strategic choke point located between Alaska and Siberia, the far east region of Russia. So between Russia and US in the Pacific, in the North Pacific, you have the Bering Strait, a strategic choke point that gives access to the Arctic. So Russia already has multiple naval facilities and bases across the Siberia region and the Arctic Circle, and it wants to establish the Northern Sea Route. That's why Russia is deploying icebreaker ships, even nuclear powered icebreakers. And India has been invited by Russia to be a part of Northern Sea Route project. India is very keen to take part in the Northern Sea Route project. So this can create a shorter shipping route connecting Pacific and the Atlantic, creating a shorter transportation route between Western and Eastern Hemisphere. So there's a lot of strategic significance in the Arctic region today because of melting ice caps. Plus, the region is blessed with immense resources, which is probably why the US is eyeing Greenland and resorting to bullying tactics against Denmark to try and get hold of Greenland. So, across the Arctic, plenty of resources are present from large hydrocarbon deposits. It's estimated that almost 13% of global oil deposits are found in the Arctic alone. It has huge deposits of gas, which is yet to be explored, yet to be discovered. It is also said to be very rich in critical and strategic minerals. It also has known uranium deposits. So there's plenty of wealth present across the Arctic, and that's what leads this competition between the major Arctic states. Today, China is also becoming a contender, though it's not an Arctic state, it's nowhere near the Arctic Circle. But China has labeled itself as a near Arctic state because China knows the value of these resources and the trade routes which are opening. So, through its Belt and Road Initiative, China is looking to set up the polar trade route, the polar shipping route, by working with Russia. China sees this as part of its Belt and Road Initiative. So, both Russia and China are even working together to open up the shipping routes via the Arctic Circle. Even China has deployed shipbreaker vessels to clear the ice sheets and facilitate the movement of ships. So, to govern, regulate, and administer activities in this region, there is a council, an intergovernmental group, which has been set up by the Arctic states. Because see, this region is very sensitive. Environmentally, it's very sensitive. This is a place where advanced scientific research can be carried out to understand the very origin of Earth and the universe, to better understand oceanic currents, weather phenomena, climatic phenomena. So this should be a preserve for primarily research and educational purposes. But the presence of resources and the strategic geopolitical opportunities is leading to this new race. And you also have indigenous native tribes and communities that are present in the Arctic. You have natives in Alaska, natives in Siberia, then you have the Inuit population in Greenland, right? So protecting the indigenous rights and the environment is also equally important. That's why Arctic Council was set up in 1996 through the Arctic Environmental Protection Strategy of 1991. So this gives membership only to the 8 Arctic states. They have certain roles and responsibilities on them under the Ottawa Declaration, which provided for the establishment. and this regulates the jurisdiction and the claims and rights of the 8 Arctic states. It also gives representation for the indigenous people. There are different indigenous associations in the Arctic Circle that represent different communities. Even they are part of the Arctic Council. For example, the Sami Council or Russian Association of Indigenous People of the North, the Inuit Circumpolar Council, etc. These are all civil society groups representing the indigenous communities in the Arctic. Even they are part of the Arctic Council as stakeholders. Their indigenous rights are recognized. So there are new observer states which are getting added. Those countries which are interested in Arctic research, which want to positively contribute for sustainable development in the Arctic, they are admitted as observer states. So you have the entire list over here. You can see that India and even China both are observers to the Arctic Council. They were both admitted in 2013, and India has been playing a big role in research and exploration in the Arctic Circle. Now, please note down that the chairmanship of Arctic Council, it rotates every 2 years amongst the 8 Arctic member states, and decision making here is based on consensus. All the 8 members have to agree and support resolutions. Only then it can be adopted. Now, coming to India's role in the Arctic, UPSC has already asked few questions on this. There was a question on the members of Arctic Council. There was a question on India's research projects in the Arctic. So still the topic can be relevant because UPSC tends to repeat some topics. So India's engagement in Arctic goes back to 1920, even before we became independent. British India had signed the Svalbard Treaty that has set apart the Svalbard region in Norway exclusively for international research and exploration. So India inherited this from British India post independence. And though we had started our polar research in 1980s, focusing on South Pole and Antarctic region, we started prioritizing Arctic exploration and research from early 2000s only. In 2007, India sent its first Arctic expedition to the North Pole and established a research base at Svalbard with the help of Norway. Svalbard belongs to Norway. And this is where India's first research facility in the Arctic is located, known as Himadri, which is India's uh, primary research facility in the Arctic, in the North Pole. And in 2014, India deployed a submerged moored observatory called IND-ARC. UPSC Prelims question was asked on IND-ARC in one of the previous exams. In 2016, India has taken part in the Gruvebadet laboratory set up in Svalbard in coordination with Norway. So India is very actively involved here. We are very keen to be part of Russia's Northern Sea Route project. Even during recent visit of Russian President Putin to India, the Northern Sea Route project was discussed. And the Union Cabinet has also approved the Arctic policy of India. A couple of years ago, the Arctic policy was approved, and it is based on 6 pillars: science and research. This is the number one priority for India: scientific exploration and research, building our capacity and capabilities to access the polar regions, governance and international cooperation, ensure that you work with the members and the other countries to focus on the governance of the region, improve transportation, connectivity, and open up new trade routes, economic and human development by tapping the resources present here in a sustainable manner, and protecting the sensitive, delicate environment and focusing on climate studies. These are the 6 pillars of India's Arctic policy approved by the Union Cabinet. Now, coming to the South Pole, let's see how Antarctic and Antarctica are governed. The Antarctica is the continent, the landmass, the territorial landmass constitutes uh, the continent present in the South Pole, whereas Antarctic is the region present around it. Right, anything below 60 degrees south is classified as the Antarctic region under the Antarctic Treaty System, or ATS. That includes Antarctica, the continent, as well, the landmass. So this whole region below 60 degrees south is designated as global commons. Just like the high seas, or just like outer space, Similarly, the Antarctic region is also part of the global commons, meaning no country can claim sovereignty here. No national jurisdictions exist. Whatever resources are present, everything belongs to the entire humanity. Like no country can claim outer space and space objects. Like China can't claim moon belongs to it, right? US can't claim Mars belongs to it. So sovereignty claims don't exist in global commons. Same with high seas and same with the Antarctic region. So the governance of Antarctic is based on a treaty system, the ATS, Antarctic Treaty System, which was brought out in 1950s. The 12 countries which are participating in the talks, they finalized the treaty system and established the treaty in 1961. India has become a part of the Antarctic Treaty System. India has joined in 1983 when then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi prioritized polar research and exploration by understanding not just the scientific significance but also the strategic significance of having an Indian presence in South Pole and North Pole. Then PM Indira Gandhi pioneered India's polar research and exploration activities. The first focus was Antarctic region. In 1983, India would join the Antarctic Treaty System. It's a consultative party, and we even host some of the meetings and deliberations of the Antarctic Treaty System. So this arrangement is based on certain provisions, certain restrictions, and there are few treaties which make up this entire treaty system. So since it's part of global commons, militarization of the region is explicitly prohibited. So using this region is only for peaceful purposes, for scientific research and exploration. Military exercises, activities, weapon testing, deployment of nuclear weapons, it is completely prohibited. Countries can't set up military bases. No one can claim sovereignty here. The region can only be used for scientific research and to further the human understanding of the earth and the universe. So only such exploratory activities are allowed, and all military activities are prohibited, including exercises, deployment of um, armed forces, naval ships, submarines, and setting up military bases or weapon testing, testing nuclear weapons. Everything is prohibited in the Arctic region under the Antarctic Treaty System. Any disputes will be resolved as per the procedure laid out, primarily through International Court of Justice. So there is a clear enforcement and dispute resolution mechanism as well. And this is what makes Antarctic Treaty System very unique. So today there are some other treaties which have also been added under the ATS. So first we have the main treaty, which is the mother treaty, the 1959 Antarctic Treaty, which came into effect from 1961. And there are three other treaties which are added. The Convention on Conservation of Antarctic Seals, focused on protecting the seal population, which was also prone to hunting, vulnerable to hunting and poaching. The 1980 Convention on Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, because Antarctica is home to some of the most unique wildlife, from penguins to seals to whales, and protecting the marine ecosystems is very critical. So this global convention was adopted to conserve all marine living resources in Antarctic. And the 91 Protocol on Environmental Protection, mainly to prevent pollution or any hazardous leakage of substances and any damage to the sensitive environment of the Antarctic. So this collectively, these four treaties, conventions put together, make up your Antarctic Treaty System, the ATS. So India has set up multiple research facilities over here. First research station of India was the Dakshin Gangotri, set up in 1980s. This was our first ever polar research station, but today it's not functioning anymore. It has been completely closed. It's become outdated. Then we have Maitri 1, which remains functional. Bharati is one of the most recent research stations, and both the facilities remain operational. But very soon, India will be closing Maitri 1. And recently, just few weeks back, the Union Cabinet has approved the establishment of a new research facility. Maitri 2 is a new project which is coming up. So in another few years, Maitri 2 would be completed and Bharati would also remain operational. And in some time, Maitri 1 would also be closed and decommissioned. So these are the research facilities of India in the Antarctic. Then India has also introduced a domestic legislation in the parliament in 2022 to align with the goals and principles of Antarctic Treaty System and to protect the sensitive environment and ecology of the South Pole. The parliament passed the Indian Antarctic Bill and it has become the Indian Antarctic Act, through which India exercises legal jurisdiction in the South Pole. For any offences committed here by Indians or by foreigners, India can seek to enforce the provisions of Antarctic Treaty. Let's say someone were to pollute the sensitive environment in the Antarctic or cause significant damage to the ecosystems in the Antarctic, then India can try those Indian citizens or even foreign citizens and try to bring them to justice. So this is one way of India abiding by the principles of Antarctic Treaty System. It also shows India's responsible role to protect sensitive ecosystems and act as a global leader, right? So that's why the Indian Antarctic Act of 2022 acquires a lot of significance. Now, coming to the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force. The FATF is a very important intergovernmental body which is regularly in the news. The Financial Action Task Force was established in 1989 by the G7 group of countries. The goal was primarily to set global standards to deal with money laundering. As the global economy expanded and countries became more integrated in a globalized world, the developed industrialized economies realized that financial crimes, which were trans-border in nature, they were very difficult to crack down. So to achieve global cooperation and to create a set of global standards to tackle offenses like money laundering, the FATF was set up in 1989 by the G7 countries. But in 2001, it was given a second objective. A new mandate was added to the FATF after the 9/11 attacks exposed the links between money laundering and terrorist financing. The 9/11 attack clearly established the direct linkages between organized crime, such as money laundering, and terror financing. So, since then, FATF has been given a second objective, which is to combat terrorist financing. So, FATF acts as a policy body and it sets the global standards for anti money laundering measures and counter terror financing measures. Now, these standards prescribed by FATF, they have to be followed by member countries and jurisdictions across the world. So FATF has around 39 members, including India and two regional groups, the European Commission of the European Union and the Gulf Cooperation Council or GCC, the regional group of the Persian Gulf region. So there are 39 members in FATF. It's headquartered in Paris at the OECD headquarters. That's where the Secretariat is located. And there are also FATF styled regional bodies across the world, like in the Pacific region, in Africa region, in the Europe region. There are different FATF styled local bodies which are present. There are 9 such regional bodies which work with the parent organization to enforce these global standards. So countries are obligated to follow these anti-money laundering, counter-terror financing measures. They have to incorporate the standards into their national legislation. So India has enacted the Prevention of Money Laundering Act and included counter-terror financing measures under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act by amending this old legislation. The UAPA is our primary legal weapon against terrorism. So counter-terror financing measures are added to UAPA through amendments, and PMLA helps India fulfill its anti-money laundering commitments under the FATF. So India has declared money laundering as a standalone predicate offense, and we have set up dedicated institutions to combat these crimes. We have the Enforcement Directorate, the ED, which is a law enforcement agency to tackle money laundering. India even has a dedicated intelligence agency, the Financial Intelligence Unit India, FIU India, which acts as an intelligence agency in the financial sector. And all FATF standards are enforced through it. Like banks and financial institutions, they have to keep their record books in a certain manner. They have to comply with all these reporting standards, KYC norms, and they have to flag any suspicious transaction and notify the financial intelligence unit so that the authorities can investigate these transactions and crack down on money laundering and terror financing. So India has fulfilled all these obligations and we remain in high compliance of these FATF standards. Because as I said, India is a very responsible country when it comes to its international commitments. But however, FATF can even take action against countries which are not following the standards. FATF has the power to review the implementation of these commitments. It conducts a periodic review. And if there are any shortcomings, if a country doesn't have the strict mechanisms to combat money laundering and terror financing, such countries can be issued a notice by placing them on the grey list. Like our dear friend Pakistan, our dear neighbor, it has been grey listed multiple times because it has failed to follow the FATF standards against money laundering and terror financing. Forget fighting terror financing. Pakistan is the fountainhead of terror financing. So, as a result, it has been grey listed multiple times, and India has used the FATF platform to target Pakistan. We have worked with partners like France, US, and others, built evidence on Pakistan to show its involvement in terror financing. And as a result, it has been grey listed 3 times. So, when a country is grey listed, it's like a black mark on that country, right? It will immediately affect the flow of investments and capital. Nobody would like to trade with such countries. Though there is no ban, it's not a sanction. Just getting a notice from FATF, getting placed on the grey list, it becomes a deterrent for traders, investors, and institutions to stay away from such countries. So it will affect the economy of the country. So grey listed countries, they are given an action plan to rectify the shortcomings within a prescribed deadline. That's why I said grey list is like a notice which is given. So they are given a proper action plan, the areas of problem which they have to address, how to rectify the shortcomings and gaps, and they have to achieve those changes within a prescribed deadline. If they do it, they get removed from the grey list. Pakistan was able to convince FATF recently that it has followed the action plan and eventually it was removed from the grey list thanks to the support it got from its friends. So, though it has been listed 3 times, each time it has managed to get out of the list after some time by following some of the action plans recommended by FATF. But however, if a country remains non cooperative, even after getting grey listed, if a country shows no interest to reform and to adapt to these changes being mandated, then such a jurisdiction can be declared as a non cooperative jurisdiction, which is informally known as the blacklist. So FATF can blacklist a country, and this brings economic sanctions on the country. So this will basically end all capital flow into the country. It will end the trade. Importing, exporting becomes impossible for that nation. Institutions like World Bank, IMF, and any global institution, they will not provide loans. They will not give any kind of financial assistance to such countries. The sovereign credit rating will be downgraded to junk status. So capital inflow will completely go extinct. So blacklisted countries will see a crippling of their economy, a collapse of their economy. So today we have 3 blacklisted countries: Iran, North Korea, and Myanmar. These are the 3 countries currently blacklisted by the Financial Action Task Force. Now, coming to the ICC, the International Criminal Court. The ICC has also been in the news frequently because of Ukraine and Gaza war. ICC has issued arrest warrants against Russian President Putin, and as well as against Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. They are accused of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity, and they're held guilty of these crimes by the ICC, and arrest warrants have been issued against these global leaders. So that makes ICC important for the exams. So International Criminal Court, it is based on the Rome Statute of 2002. The Rome Statute, brought out in 1998, it eventually came into force in 2002 and led to the establishment of the ICC. So it's an intergovernmental organization and functions as a tribunal of sorts, a criminal court where war criminals can be tried and punished. So specific war crimes such as genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, so these specific crimes can be tried, including crime of aggression. So genocide as defined under Genocide Convention. Then crimes against humanity, war crimes, they are also codified in international law. So such offenses committed by individuals, by government leaders, ministers, or army officials, or intelligence officials who are responsible for such gross human right violations, they can be tried and punished by the ICC, and it is also headquartered at The Hague in Netherlands. That's why I said The Hague is like the judicial capital of the world, right? You have ICC, ICJ, and even the PCA headquartered at The Hague in Netherlands. Now, ICC, it can take up complaints filed by either a state party or cases referred to it by UN Security Council. So there are some restrictions on what kind of cases it can take up. India and many major powers are not signatories to Rome Statute. India has not signed the Rome Statute. US, China, even Russia, Israel, all the key powers, they are not part of the International Criminal Court because obviously they don't want to stand accused of committing these crimes. They believe that such provisions can be misused to target them for geopolitical reasons, strategic reasons, and it could open up the country to international scrutiny and investigations. So that's why all the major powers, India, Russia, China, US, Israel, have stayed out of it. Most of the authoritarian powers are also not part of it. When you look at the jurisdiction, it can only prosecute individuals. It will not prosecute an entire country or a government. It will prosecute a president, a prime minister, military leader, or intelligence officers, ministers who are responsible for these war crimes and genocide and crimes against humanity. So the complaint can come from a state party which has signed and ratified the Rome Statute, or UNSC can refer a particular case for its investigation, or within ICC, you have these prosecutors. There is a dedicated office of the prosecutor who can even suo moto take up cases based on complaints that are coming in and reports coming in the media. The office of the prosecutor can take up suo moto investigations under Article 15. So the ICC, it's not directly part of the UN system. Clear? It's a completely independent intergovernmental platform, but it works closely with UN bodies like UN Security Council. Yeah. And if those who have an arrest warrant against them enter a member state, the member country has a duty, it has a legal obligation to arrest that individual. Now, let's say a country like South Africa, for example, right? South Africa is a party to Rome Statute. It has signed and ratified it. So let's say Putin lands in South Africa, then South Africa would be bound legally to arrest Putin or Benjamin Netanyahu as well, right? So this creates diplomatic challenges. But the criticism with ICC is that it has only been used to target certain countries and specific leaders. While the powerful countries and powerful leaders, they get away with all the crimes and all the accusations. Only few dictators from Africa or recently the former leader of Philippines, only they have eventually faced arrest because ICC does not have its own enforcement powers. It doesn't have any police force of its own. It relies entirely on the member states to cooperate to execute the arrest warrant. So Whether these convicted war criminals will be arrested, it entirely depends on geopolitical factors, on the influence of the leader in the country. That's why big powers and big leaders get away with even the conviction or the arrest warrants which are against them. Now, coming to the next organization, the G20, let's take a quick look. I don't think question on G20 will come, but still let's not leave anything to chance. So let's quickly cover basic facts about G20. The G20 or the group of 20, today it consists of 21 members though, but still the name remains G20. It was initially founded in late 1990s during the Asian financial crisis when the dot-com bubble burst in Asia, which triggered a economic crisis across Asian countries. It led to a global impact. So we saw the impact of globalization, how there can be a cascading effect of a regional economic crisis into a full-blown global economic crisis. So in 1999, to tackle the aftermath of the Asian financial crisis, the top finance ministers and central bank governors came together. The top 20 economies were assembled by the G7. The G7 is nothing but the grouping of your developed industrialized nations, which includes US, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Canada, right? The G7 countries, they realized that they alone won't be able to tackle global economic crisis, and they invited the top 20 economies. The finance ministers and central bank governors started meeting regularly to try and find solutions for global economic challenges. That is how the G20 started. But in 2007, 2008, the world witnessed another major financial crisis, the subprime crisis in the US, in the housing market, which brought down multiple US banks and financial institutions, and it had a cascading effect on the global economy. It triggered a huge recession across industries. And to deal with this crisis, the G20 was elevated to the summit level. From 1999 to 2008, it remained at the level of finance ministers and central bank governors. But following the 2008 recession, it was elevated to the summit level to bring the leaders of these countries together, the prime ministers, presidents, monarchs, at the head of state, head of government level. Summit level interaction became a regular feature since 2009 onward. So G20 plays a very big role in managing global economic challenges. And today the group has diversified. It's looking at technological developments which are disrupting the economy, like AI and its impact. It's looking at climate change, global warming, how it impacts global economy. It's looking at geopolitical developments like wars, conflicts, terrorism, how it affects the global economy. So it has become a key governance platform that brings the top 20, now the 21 economies together. So, apart from individual countries like India, US, and many others, there are few regional groups, including the European Union, and recently the African Union was added, all thanks to the efforts of India. When India hosted the G20 summit in 2023, India championed the voice of the global south. We even hosted the Voice of Global South summit to bring the developing, underdeveloped countries together, especially from Africa, to give them a voice and raise their issues and concerns at the G20 summit. So, based on what India learned through Voice of the Global South summit, India pushed for a membership to African Union, and we successfully got enough support, and thus African Union became the 21st member of G20. So you can see all the members here, 19 countries, including India, and two regional organizations, the EU and the African Union. So India's hosting of G20 was a remarkable success because nobody thought that India would succeed in bringing the divided world together. Because by 2023, the Russian war in Ukraine had started, right? The divide between Western powers and Russia had already increased. Then divide between Western countries and China already existed for many years. There were Western sanctions on Russia, Western sanctions on China as well. So, in a divided world, nobody thought India would be able to even bring out a joint statement. But India's presidency was quite successful. There were some big initiatives that were announced. We even brought out a final declaration. The New Delhi Declaration was adopted, which highlighted the role that India can play in consensus building between rival and hostile powers. We managed to bring Russia, China on the same page as US and European countries. That itself was a big success and achievement for India. So at the G20, the biggest announcement was the launch of the IMEC corridor, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. The plan to link India with key West Asian powers, UAE and Saudi Arabia, to connect our ports through a maritime link and set up road and rail connectivity across West Asia, linking with Jordan and Israel up till Haifa port. From there, extending the route into Mediterranean, into Eastern and then Western Europe. So this grand plan, backed by US, France, Germany, Italy, the EU, and the others, it is envisioned as one of the grandest, most audacious transportation connectivity project. It is seen as a counter to China's Belt and Road Initiative. It is seen as a counter to China's Belt and Road Initiative. But however, the project as of now has not taken off because of the Gaza war and the instability in the region. But countries are hopeful, especially India, that in the coming days, if peace and stability comes back to the region, we might revive this project. And this could transform the economic linkages between India, West Asia, and Europe. It will reduce dependency on the Suez Canal and Bab el Mandeb Strait, which are major choke points. These choke points are quite a big risk for trade and economy. So, India can work with these West Asian powers and European powers to set up a seamless trade connectivity route and linkage through IMEC if the project is realized. So, this was a big outcome. Then, apart from that, a new alliance was launched, which is also in the news, especially in the last few months. It's called the Global Biofuels Alliance. India, US, Bangladesh, France, and others, and Brazil, they have all championed this initiative to focus on a global partnership for biofuel research and production. Biofuels are seen as transition fuels to try and reduce emissions compared to fossil fuels as we move towards clean renewable energy. Since renewable energy is much more costlier and expensive and difficult, like solar, wind, even nuclear, it's much easier to focus on biofuels as a transition fuel, primarily using ethanol and different forms of biofuels. So, India, Brazil, US, and other like minded countries have launched this initiative at G20. Today, many countries from Global South are joining the Global Biofuels Alliance. Many African countries have joined recently. Latin American countries have joined. So, India is seen as a founding leader of this alliance. And it again establishes India's leadership role. So, please be aware of the countries which are part of it and what is the purpose of the GBA. This can be important for the prelims exam. So, now we come to another important organization, the BRICS grouping. So, let's quickly look at the BRICS. A brief look at its history, its key achievements, and the recent expansion that the group has gone through. So, BRICS is an acronym, stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. But the initial term was coined way back in 2001 by a well known economist from Goldman Sachs, Jim O'Neill, who was heading Goldman Sachs at that point. He coined the acronym BRIC, referring to Brazil, Russia, India, China. And he said that these are the fastest emerging economies which have the greatest potential for rapid economic growth in coming years. So, this economic concept, primarily which applied for financial markets, very quickly led to a diplomatic engagement. In 2006, the BRIC foreign ministers met during UN General Assembly summit in New York. This was the first time the governments were formally engaging on the idea of BRIC countries working together because they had common interests. They were emerging economies which had complaints and issues with the developed Western countries. They wanted to reform the global financial institutions and banking architecture, which was controlled and dominated by Western powers. So in 2009, they formally established the BRICS summit, with the first summit held in Russia at Yekaterinburg. Then South Africa joined in 2010. That's how BRIC became the BRICS. So South Africa joined in 2010 to make up the BRICS. So the primary objective has been to counter the Western dominated global banking and financial architecture, be it the World Bank and IMF, which we studied. I explained how they are controlled by Western powers like US and European Union, or the payment gateways like the SWIFT payment gateways, or the dominance of the US dollar and euro as global reserve currencies. This is what allows Western powers to impose those crippling sanctions and use coercive diplomacy, threats, and bullying tactics to threaten their rivals and force them to concede. So, this is problematic for countries like India, Russia, China, Brazil, and South Africa. So, they have led an alternate parallel arrangement. So, they established the New Development Bank, NDB, and Contingent Reserve Arrangement, CRA, which were announced at the Fortaleza Summit in 2014. Through the Fortaleza Declaration, these alternate institutions were created: the New Development Bank as a counter to the World Bank, and Contingent Reserve Arrangement as a counter to the IMF, performing the same exact roles. How World Bank provides development loans, concessional loans, and assistance for developmental projects, NDB has the same mandate. Then, just like IMF provides liquidity support and contingent funding during emergencies, the CRA serves the same purpose, but with one difference. In World Bank and IMF, we studied that voting shares are unequal, primarily controlled by US and European Union. But in NDB and CRA, the capital they have invested and the voting share they have, it is equal amongst the founding members. The BRICS countries, they have each put 20% and they hold 20% voting rights at NDB and CRA, giving them equal share and equal rights, making it a more equitable platform. So today, the NDB has seen significant expansion. It is not only funding several development projects in the BRICS countries, India also has borrowed from NDB, but today it is expanding at a very rapid pace. See, the NDB is headquartered in China. It is headquartered in Shanghai, China. But all the founding members, the five initial founding members, they have equal contribution and equal voting rights. But given the popularity of these economies and the rising profile of NDB, many new member countries are joining the New Development Bank. I've given the entire list. I want you to be familiar with these countries. So, Bangladesh, UAE, Uruguay, Egypt, Algeria, Colombia, Ethiopia, Uzbekistan. They've all joined the New Development Bank, which highlights the potential of this institution to act as a counter to the World Bank. Kindly remember the new member countries that have joined. And during the 15th BRICS Summit, which was held in Johannesburg in 2023, BRICS as an organization underwent a significant expansion with the addition of new members. Six new countries were admitted at the Joburg Summit in 2023. These six countries included Iran, UAE, and Saudi Arabia from West Asia region. Then from Africa, Egypt and Ethiopia, and from Latin America, Argentina. These six countries were admitted at the Johannesburg summit. So significantly, the membership increased. It more than doubled. From five countries, now there were supposed to be 11 members. But however, Argentina has rejected the membership after the change in government. Under the new far right wing leader Javier Milei, who's considered to be closer to President Trump and United States, Argentina has rejected the membership offer and it has refused to join because BRICS is seen as a counter to US. Because BRICS countries are focused even on de-dollarization. They are trying to promote trade settlement through national currencies like rupee ruble payments, and that is something which alarms United States because it can reduce the prominence of the US dollar. So Argentina under Javier Milei, the new far right-wing leader, who is a close friend of Trump, aligns with America's priorities. He has rejected Argentina's membership. Then Saudi Arabia is indecisive. Saudi Arabia has great ties with US and Russia as well, and even with China and India. So it is playing it safe, trying to be neutral, because joining BRICS would offend United States. And if it rejects the membership, it would offend Russia, India, and China. So Saudi Arabia is sitting on the fence, being indecisive about it. So it has not joined the BRICS as of now. Clear? So Saudi has not joined, Argentina has rejected. But Iran, UAE, Egypt, Ethiopia, they had joined, taking the membership to nine countries. Then, last year, Indonesia became the latest country. Indonesia also has joined the BRICS as the 10th member, with several new partner countries added, such as Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Thailand, Uganda, and Uzbekistan. And all of them are prospective members. They are also seeking membership into the BRICS. They have now been added as partner countries, but eventually they want a path towards membership. They've applied for membership. Recently, when PM Modi visited Malaysia, Malaysia has asked India to support its membership to the BRICS. So we might see a further expansion with the inclusion of these dialogue partners as well. By the way, the Kazan summit held in 2024 in Russia, the 16th BRICS summit, was very eventful as far as India China relations are concerned, because this is where India China formally ended the Ladakh military standoff. Following intense talks and negotiations, both sides agreed to completely disengage and de escalate and withdraw the troops from Ladakh, where the standoff points existed at places like Depsang Plains and Daulat Beg Oldi. Both sides have fully withdrawn and resumed normal patrolling, leading to the restoration of normal ties between India and China. So, this key outcome was seen at the 2024 Kazan summit in Russia. So, these are some key pointers with regard to the BRICS. Now, coming to another important organization, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. The IAEA was established in 1957 primarily to focus on nuclear safety, nuclear security, and ensure that the goals of non proliferation is promoted and enforced. It is based out of Vienna, Austria, with 178 member countries. India is a founding member. India joined in 1957 itself, and it recommends global standards for nuclear safety and security. How nuclear material should be transported, how it should be stored, how it should be safely processed, how radioactive waste should be dealt with, what should be the safety features in a nuclear plant. All these standards and measures are recommended by IAEA. So it's sort of a nuclear watchdog, a regulator for the nuclear sector. So countries are expected to sign the safeguards agreement to abide by IAEA standards, and they should fully comply with non proliferation treaty provisions. But of course, India rejects NPT because it's blatantly unfair. It allows only the P5 countries to retain their nuclear weapons, while all the other countries will have to give up the pursuit of nuclear weapons. That is unacceptable to India. We rejected this back in 1967, and India would never ever sign the non proliferation treaty. Same with Pakistan and Israel. They would like to retain their option of developing nuclear weapons. So, despite this, India has shown a very clean track record. We have always abided by the global nuclear safety security standards. There has never been a single case of leakage of nuclear material from India. There has never been a major nuclear accident in India. So, thanks to the clean track record and the ties which improved with United States, we signed the India-US nuclear deal in 2005, following which India signed the Safeguards Agreement of IAEA. And as per the global norms, we have separated our civilian and military nuclear facilities, and we have allowed IAEA inspections at the civilian nuclear facilities of India. This is a global norm which is expected. So India fulfilled those commitments because of the India-US nuclear deal and US recognition which was given to India's nuclear program. The US agreed to exempt India from NPT. Without signing non-proliferation treaty, US promised to support India to enter export control regimes like Nuclear Suppliers Group, Wassenaar Arrangement, MTCR, and Australia Group. So India signed the Safeguards Agreement to fulfill the commitments and enable nuclear commerce. So foreign companies could sell nuclear reactors to India. They could set up nuclear plants in India. And India separated the civilian facilities and opened for IAEA inspections while keeping the military facilities away from international scrutiny. So India abides by these IAEA protocols and standards. We have even signed the Convention on Supplementary Compensation with regard to nuclear liability. In case of a nuclear accident, right, who will bear the cost for the damages and pay the compensation to the victims? So for this, IAEA has a set of global standards which limits the liability of the operator and the supplier that are involved in a nuclear project. The supplier liability is tightly restricted, limited only to a manufacturing defect or a design defect, or else supplier can never be held liable for any nuclear accident. Operators will be liable, they will be responsible for paying the compensation for the damages, but it's capped at a certain threshold. This is to ensure that private sector can be incentivized to participate in the nuclear sector. Or else, given the high risk, no private investors would take part in the sector. So India was expected to abide by the standards, but under the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damages Act, passed by the Indian Parliament, a lot of amendments were pushed into the law because Indian lawmakers were driven by the trauma of Bhopal gas tragedy. How Union Carbide, the American company, got away without paying compensation to the victims. How victims of Bhopal tragedy are still running around court doors asking for compensation. So driven by this horrible experience, Indian lawmakers were very clear that India will not follow these lenient standards, and the liability standards were increased. A right to recourse was included in the law, which will allow the victims to sue the supplier for additional compensation and even use other criminal laws to try and bring these suppliers to courts in case of a nuclear accident. So not just the operator, but the supplier would be liable. But now, through the Shanti Act passed by the Parliament, these changes have been reversed. Because, see, due to the high liability standards, which were not aligned with IAEA safeguards and IAEA Convention on Supplementary Compensation, none of the global vendors invested in India. There were French companies, American companies. India was very keen on these nuclear projects, but it never took off. And it has been pending for nearly 2 decades because India's liability law never aligned with IAEA standards. So now the Shanti Act, passed by the Parliament just 2 months back during the winter session in 2025, this changes these provisions. It removes the right to recourse. It removes the option to sue the supplier. It limits the liability of the operator and takes away the liability of the supplier in line with IAEA standards. It even allows for private participation in the nuclear sector, which until now was monopolized by the public sector. These big changes have been made. The government says it is necessary to attract private investments and foreign investments in the nuclear sector. But there's a lot of concern and criticism. alleging that India has compromised on safety, compromised on victims' interests in order to favor private interests. But without matching the global liability standards, no foreign company would sell reactors and nuclear material to India. That's the harsh reality as well. So that's why topics like IAEA is very, very important, because there are subtopics related to it which have been in the news. So UPSC might focus on these topics as well. So now I think we can take another break. It's been another 2 hours of continuous discussion. We have few regional groupings which we will take up after the break. Let's take a 20 minutes break, probably. It's 8:20 on my clock. Let's come back at 8:40. We'll come back and start again at 8:40. We'll look at some important regional groups across the world, and then we can end the class for today. So I hope the session is going well. I hope you're making your notes, and please stay till the end so you can take the PPT as well. In just 6 7 hour session, your entire section of international organizations and groupings will be done. Right? All the facts, the points needed, everything in one place. You just have to sit and revise later. If you're liking it, please press that like button, share your comments, and ensure the video reaches more aspirants. So I'll see you in 20 minutes. By around 8:40, we will come back and start the session again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. So, before we start, can you please let me know if I'm clearly audible and visible? Please type yes in the comments if the audio video is fine so we can get started with the last part of today's discussion, where we will cover several regional groupings. So, now that we have completed a lot of international organizations, easily around 35 to 40 topics have been covered, let's move our attention towards regional groupings from across the world. Great. So, let's start with the SARC. Let's focus on India's immediate neighborhood, South Asia and Indian Ocean region, and we'll cover all the groupings from our immediate neighborhood. Then we will move towards Southeast East Asia and the Pacific. We'll also look at groupings from West Asia and Central Asia and from other parts of the world. So let's start with SARC, the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. Now, when it comes to these regional groups, what kind of questions can be asked? If you look at PYQs, we have got a lot of questions on groupings like BIMSTEC, BRICS, etc. Most questions are factual, focusing on when it was established, where is it headquartered, who are the members, or any recent developments, any new initiatives, or even with regard to its structure and composition. These are the key aspects that we need to focus upon. We don't need any other details. The analysis of the groups would not be required. That is only for your mains exam, for answer writing. But for prelims, covering the basic facts and being up to date with current developments is more than sufficient. So let's start with the SARC. The South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation was established in 1985 in Dhaka, where the South Asian countries came together to establish a grouping for regional cooperation. It brought together the South Asian countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives. Then later, Afghanistan was also added after the Taliban was thrown out following the American invasion after the 9/11 attacks. Afghan civilian government was installed from 2002 onwards. India immediately built close ties with the then Afghan government, and Afghanistan was also brought into the SARC. So, this group has eight important countries from the region. The main focus, the main objective of SARC is to achieve regional and economic integration. This is the primary objective of the SARC grouping, to bring the region closer, to promote cooperation between the countries, to improve trade, improve people to people relations, improve transport connectivity networks, and achieve full economic integration of the region. The group has been prominent in the past. It has attracted the interest of several extra regional powers as well. And they've all been added as observer states to the SARC grouping. So please make a note of the observers: Australia, China, EU, Iran, Japan, Mauritius, US, Myanmar, and South Korea. These are the nine observer states to the SARC. So, as we discussed, the main objective is to achieve regional and economic integration. So, in the pursuit of these objectives, the SARC countries led by India have taken up some initiatives. So, over the last 3 to 4 decades, there have been some successful initiatives. There have been a number of failed initiatives as well. But overall, experts believe that SARC is essentially a failed organization, mainly because of constant India Pakistan tensions and Pakistan's desperate attempt to derail any Indian initiative at SARC. The grouping has largely hit a dead end and it has become a irrelevant organization. But let's look at some of the key achievements of the grouping, some of which remains relevant even today. The SARC countries signed a free trade agreement, SAFTA, in 2004, though it no longer has a effect. It did play a role in slightly increasing trade volumes among some of the SARC members. But because of the constant tensions, rivalries, and disputes and internal problems, agreements like SAFTA has never really taken off from the ground, and it has not achieved the intention. It has not achieved the objectives with which it was framed. Then we have the South Asian University set up in 2010. which is based out of New Delhi. This was supposed to be an elite higher education institution to bring South Asian students and professors and academia together. India set up the institution with a lot of hope, but today, South Asian University has been largely neglected and it faces a big crisis of its own. So, this, though it started as a good initiative, it has eventually failed to achieve the stated objectives. Then, India had proposed the SARC satellite, where India would launch a satellite through ISRO to provide the benefits to all the SARC nations. But as always, Pakistan played spoil sport. It tried to raise unnecessary security concerns and tried to derail the initiative. So India, which had been fed up with Pakistan's constant interruption, it pulled out the project from SARC and we launched it as an independent initiative, which is now known as the South Asia Satellite, launched in 2017, and it has been benefiting some of the members in South Asia, though it is not a SARC initiative anymore. Then we also have the SARC Food Bank, which has played a role in food security in the region. When countries face distress due to droughts or unpredictable cropping cycles, SARC Food Bank has been quite useful for providing food aid and assistance. Then the SARC Development Fund, through which few development projects have been financed through India. This has benefited friendly countries like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, and it did have a positive impact on the region. Then we also have the Disaster Management Initiative, the SARC Disaster Management Center, through which India has been providing disaster management assistance and HADR support. For example, during COVID-19 pandemic, India held a virtual SARC interaction with the South Asian leaders, and India promised a lot of support and delivered aid and assistance to the neighboring countries to help them tackle the pandemic. So this was one recent initiative where SARC Disaster Management Center was very actively involved. But other than that, every other initiative has largely fallen apart. The trade facilitation measures, the regional railway agreement, they've all failed and they never really took off. We had even planned a motor vehicles agreement to integrate the road networks and improve transport and logistics. But Pakistan again blocked the initiative, tried to derail the initiative. So India, it took out the motor vehicles agreement from SARC and launched it as a separate initiative, which is known as the BBIN, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal Transport Motor Vehicles Arrangement. Bhutan has exited the initiative because of environmental concerns, as the country is very strongly committed to its environmental goals. But India, Bangladesh, Nepal tried to take forward the BBIN initiative. But given the developments in Bangladesh, the hostility from the regime of Muhammad Yunus, and also the problems in Nepal, the political problems after the Gen Z protests, so there is a lot of uncertainty whether the BBIN will succeed or not. So as you can see, SARC in general is considered as a failed organization because the member countries have a lot of internal contradictions. There is constant economic stability going on. Sri Lanka's economic crisis, Nepal's political crisis in Bangladesh, then the interference of Pakistan, Pakistan's deliberate attempt to derail Indian initiatives, the tensions between India Pakistan, and also the presence of extremism, radicalism, religious fundamentalism. The presence of terrorism and communal polarization across South Asia has also been a big roadblock for the success of the organization. So, after the Uri attacks of 2016, which was a Pakistani sponsored terror attack on India, India started sidelining the SARC by adopting SARC minus Pakistan strategy. We have sidelined the SARC since 2016, over the last decade. In fact, the last SARC summit was in 2014, which was hosted by Nepal. By the way, the Secretariat of SARC is located in Kathmandu. This is where SARC is headquartered. So the last summit of SARC was in 2014. The 2016 summit was never held because of the Uri attacks. It was supposed to be hosted by Pakistan in Islamabad, But India and all the other members boycotted the summit because of the Uri attacks. But this again showed the support we enjoy amongst other neighbors who are part of the SARC association. All the other members, they stood with India during Uri attacks and supported India and condemned Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism. And they all boycotted the summit. And since then, SARC countries have never met. Apart from the virtual interaction for COVID cooperation, apart from that, SARC has largely become inactive after that. So these are some basic details that you need about the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation. Now let's talk about BIMSTEC. BIMSTEC has been a favorite topic for UPSC. A lot of questions have come in the past, but still we can't ignore the topic. Let's look at what is BIMSTEC and some recent developments which might come as a prelims question. So BIMSTEC started out in 1997 as the BISTEC. It was a regional cooperation centered around Bay of Bengal, and it was initially started by Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. The focus was economic cooperation. So it was an acronym initially. BIST stood for the member countries, the founding members, Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, economic cooperation. Then later, Myanmar also joined. Myanmar also became a part of it, and it became BIMSTEC. It still had a different name. Myanmar's inclusion, of course, led to the change in the acronym, but the current name that you see was still not given to it. Later, when Nepal and Bhutan also joined as members, the name was changed to Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. So the expansion of BIMSTEC tells you everything about the group. It's a group focused on Bay of Bengal, bringing the littoral states of Bay of Bengal together. India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Thailand, Myanmar, even Nepal, Bhutan, which are landlocked, they depend on Bay of Bengal for accessing the global markets. So these littorals of Bay of Bengal have been brought together for technical and economic cooperation. And it's a multi-sectoral group because it is based on sector-based cooperation. There are different sectors that are specifically identified under which the countries will cooperate. So this platform is like a bridge, a gateway which can connect South Asia with Southeast Asian countries. That's the unique advantage of BIMSTEC. Some of the economies are quite prominent economies. Bangladesh, then Thailand, even Sri Lanka to some extent. They are prominent economies of the region. So it was established through the Bangkok Declaration in 1997. It underwent a lot of changes in its name and membership. And today, these countries, which I mentioned, are part of it. And it is one of the leading groups in the South Asia, Southeast Asia region. India revived the BIMSTEC in 2016 when we adopted the SARC minus Pakistan approach. After the Uri attacks, when India sidelined Pakistan, that's when BIMSTEC was revived. Until then, BIMSTEC was largely a forgotten organization. The members had not shown keen interest. So, when India adopted the SARC minus Pakistan strategy after the Uri attacks in 2016, that's when BIMSTEC grouping was revived. And today it has become a prominent group of the Bay of Bengal. And don't forget, Bay of Bengal is part of the larger Indo-Pacific. And that adds more weightage to this organization. So, with the revival of BIMSTEC, India has taken a lot of initiatives with the other member countries. In 2022, at the Colombo summit, the BIMSTEC charter was adopted. Until then, it did not have a formal constitution. So, the charter was adopted by the member countries, and 7 sectors of cooperation were identified. Under each sector, one of the member countries provides leadership. So, this is a unique model when it comes to regional cooperation, where 7 specific sectors of cooperation have been identified. You can see that in the table here. And each member country provides leadership to that particular sector. For example, India leads the security sector, focusing on counterterrorism, organized crime, disaster management, and energy security. Bangladesh leads the sector on trade, investment, and development. Bhutan leads the sector on environment and climate change. Myanmar leads agriculture and food security. Nepal leads cultural ties and people to people relations. And Sri Lanka leads science and technology and innovation. And finally, Thailand leads the connectivity and transportation sector. So, at the Colombo summit, not only the charter was adopted and these sectors were identified, the countries also adopted a master plan for transport connectivity. Under this master plan, several transport connectivity projects have been identified which can interlink the members of BIMSTEC countries. Projects like the IMT Highway, the India, Myanmar, Thailand Trilateral Highway project, the Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Corridor, and many other projects which can bring India closer to Thailand and Myanmar and interconnect these member countries. So many such projects have been identified under the Master Plan for Transport Connectivity, and the projects are being funded through Asian Development Bank. More than $100 billion worth of projects have been identified. But of course, the success of the projects will depend on stability in these countries. Myanmar is going through a civil war. Thailand is involved in its own problems, including a war with Cambodia and internal political struggle. Bangladesh is still going through a political struggle despite yesterday's elections and today's victory by the BNP. It is still a long way from proper stabilization of the politics in Bangladesh. Sri Lanka is still struggling from the impact of the economic crisis. Right? Nepal has seen complete political turmoil. So unless and until things stabilize, these initiatives may not yield the required results. But India is quite bullish about BIMSTEC. We have even proposed a free trade agreement, and FTA talks have begun. There is a proposed FTA, and India has even added a security dimension to the BIMSTEC. India has conducted a military exercise called MILEX 18 in 2018 by bringing the BIMSTEC armed forces together. We even held a disaster management exercise, the BIMSTEC Disaster Management Exercise, DMEX 2017. So this shows the strategic angle involved in BIMSTEC. It's not just an economic grouping. There is a clear strategic motivation involved in BIMSTEC. Now let's look at the summit which was held last year. Thailand was the host. It hosted the 2025 BIMSTEC summit in Bangkok. The theme was BIMSTEC prosperous, resilient, and open. So during this summit, India first expressed condolences to Thailand and Myanmar, which had been hit by the devastating earthquake. India even gave HADR assistance under Operation Brahma. Please make a note. Through Operation Brahma, India provided disaster management support to Myanmar and Thailand following last year's deadly earthquake. Then during the summit, a lot of new proposals have been made, particularly from India's side. India has set up a BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce to bring industry leaders together to promote a greater economic ties. A BIMSTEC Chamber of Commerce has been established. A greater push is being given to fully establish the IMT Trilateral Highway Network. They have even formally started the FTA negotiations. And this is one of the goals under the Bangkok vision that was adopted for 2030. So this is a vision document that was adopted at BIMSTEC Summit last year, and they want to realize a FTA in another few years. So the member countries are quite keen and interested in a free trade agreement, which could diversify India's export markets. Then India is offering its UPI to facilitate smooth cross-border digital payments. So this was another big outcome. Sri Lanka, Nepal have already adopted India's UPI, and the other countries are also quite keen. And India is giving a push through the BIMSTEC platform. Then Maritime Transport Agreement was signed to facilitate merchant shipping, cargo movement of vessels through the Bay of Bengal. This can be a very efficient movement of goods in the Bay of Bengal region. The Maritime Transport Agreement can also help in improving the port infrastructure and maritime routes in the Bay of Bengal. Then the BIMSTEC Centers of Excellence were set up by India. A center for disaster management, for sustainable maritime transport, for traditional alternate medicine like Ayush, and research and training in agriculture. These centers of excellence that will focus on education, research, and academics will be hosted by India. And India also launched a soft power initiative, the Bodhi initiative. It stands for BIMSTEC, for Organized Development of Human Resources Infrastructure. Through the Bodhi initiative, which is named after the Bodhi tree, which highlights the Buddhist linkages, because members of BIMSTEC, right, they are major Buddhist countries: Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, then Myanmar and Thailand. So that way, India is leveraging the Buddhist heritage as well. And through this, India is looking to help these member countries by providing skill training or development and vocational training through our various schemes and programs. India would like to encourage human resource training, improve people to people ties, provide scholarships, educational scholarships for students from these countries, and offer vocational training and skill development programs as a human resource initiative. So please note down the Bodhi initiative. I think this can be an important point. Clear? Now let's move towards the Indian Ocean quickly. Here we have several groups, and IORA is one of the most important regional groupings. The Indian Ocean Rim Association. The history of the group goes back to 1990s when Nelson Mandela, the South African leader, visited India, and he talked about the historical maritime links through Indian Ocean between India and South Africa. So, based on this idea proposed by Nelson Mandela, India championed this new vision and set up a regional association which was previously known as IORARC. It was founded in 1997 by India, South Africa, and Mauritius. These were the founding members of the IORARC, Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation. Just like SARC is for South Asia, IORARC was created for cooperation amongst Indian Ocean countries. The idea was to bring the littoral states, the rim states of Indian Ocean together. So it's headquartered in Mauritius, and with India's leadership, along with South Africa, it very quickly became a prominent grouping of the region. So today it has been renamed as IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association. The name has been simplified, and there are 23 member states. They're all littorals and rim states of the Indian Ocean, from Australia to Bangladesh, to several East African countries, even France, because France has an overseas territory over here next to Mauritius, the French Reunion or La Reunion. Several Southern African and East African countries are part of it, like Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, and the others. Even West Asian countries, Iran, Oman, United Arab Emirates, right? They're all key members of IORA. Then South Asian countries, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bangladesh, Southeast Asian powers like Singapore, Indonesia, then Thailand, they're all part of this critical grouping. The group is so relevant in Indian Ocean that it has attracted the attention of many global powers which want to play a role in the Indo-Pacific. So countries like China, Japan, Germany, South Korea, Russia, UK and US and EU, they're all dialogue partners. There are 12 dialogue partners in the IORA. So this makes IORA one of the most important platforms for cooperation in Indian Ocean. So under IORA, you have a separate council of foreign ministers. This is the highest decision making level in IORA. It's not a summit level interaction. It does not bring head of states and head of governments together. The highest interaction is between foreign ministers. So there is a separate council for that, and there is a troika arrangement, which is similar to the G20 troika. So what is the troika? In a troika arrangement, you have the current chair, the previous chair, and the next chair forming a troika to set the agenda for the group. You have this in G20 as well. Like when India hosted G20 in 2023, India was the current chair. The previous chair and the next chair, those three countries will form the troika to set the agenda for the group. Similar troika arrangement exists with IORA as well. So these are some institutional arrangements which are part of the group. That is something which is important for the exams. Now, what are the focus areas? Under IORA, priority areas have been defined. There are 6 priority areas and 2 cross-cutting issues. It includes maritime safety and security. So there is a strategic defense angle involved, focusing on maritime security issues like piracy, organized crime, counterterrorism, etc. It focuses on trade and economic investments and commerce, fisheries management and disaster risk management, because Indian Ocean is very vulnerable to various disasters from cyclones to tsunamis. Then academic, science and technology cooperation and tourism and cultural exchanges, along with focus on blue economy and women's economic empowerment. So under blue economy model, India is pioneering a sustainable development model. Blue economy is also referred to as ocean economy. Under this model of development, the focus is to ensure sustainable exploitation of marine resources, ensure that economic exploitation in marine and coastal areas is sustainable and causes minimal damage to the sensitive coastal and marine environment, and use the benefits arising out of this exploitation to benefit the local communities, the coastal communities. The benefits arising out of the sustainable exploitation should primarily help the local fishermen and the coastal villagers, because they are very vulnerable to the impact of rising sea levels and disasters. So that is the entire model of blue economy or ocean economy, which India is pushing through IORA. Now coming to IONS, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. So this is a conclave or a conference which Indian Navy started in 2008. So under this conclave, Indian Navy brings together several regional navies from across the Indian Ocean to discuss the key security issues and achieve cooperation between them. So there are 34 states which are participating as of now, 25 members and around 9 observers. The chair of IONS now rotates every 2 years, and India is the current chair. And this makes IONS very important for your exams. India is holding the current chair from 2025 to 2027. So until last year, it was just a naval symposium, a conference. But now India has introduced a military exercise. As India is holding the chair, India has recently started a dedicated military exercise. 2022, the first ever such exercise was held. But now, under India's chairmanship, we are giving a further push for such exercises between these friendly navies of the Indian Ocean. So please take a look at the members and observers. Of course, there are a lot of countries, but you don't have to by heart and remember all of them. Just be familiar with the broad membership. Countries like France, that could be an exception. Just know that France is also part of it. I think rest you can recognize that these are littorals of Indian Ocean. They must be part of IONS. And try to remember the observer states. You never know, UPSC might try to focus on this area as well. Coming to another security-based group led by India, the Colombo Security Conclave. See, this started in 2011 as a trilateral maritime security initiative in the Indian Ocean. It included 3 countries, India, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. But recently, we have expanded this initiative by including Mauritius. And Bangladesh also has joined as the 5th member. It's no longer an observer. Bangladesh joined as a 5th member in 2024 when Sheikh Hasina was still the Prime Minister. And Seychelles remains an observer. So the Colombo Security Conclave brings these Indian Ocean countries together, and the national security councils and national security advisors, they come together under the platform to look at all the security issues of Indian Ocean. They focus on piracy, organized crime, counterterrorism. They focus on cybersecurity as well. So it brings together the security forces, agencies together, promotes intelligence sharing, and it is primarily led by the NSAs through the National Security Councils. So this is the membership of Colombo Security Conclave. There are 5 pillars which are identified for cooperation: maritime safety security, counterterrorism and radicalization, combating trafficking and transnational organized crime, cybersecurity and protection of critical infrastructure, and of course, disaster management assistance by offering HADR relief or humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. So these are the focus areas of Colombo Security Conclave. Now coming to another small group of the Indian Ocean Commission or IOC. This is a grouping which is focused on the western part of Indian Ocean, that is right next to East Africa. In the western part of Indian Ocean, you have these small island countries like Seychelles, then Mauritius, Madagascar, Comoros. These small island nations, including the French overseas territory of La Réunion, they've all come together to establish this regional group. It was set up in 1982 and it is also headquartered in Mauritius, just like IORA. So these countries, they use this platform for coordination in the western part of Indian Ocean. And this is a strategically important region. It is close to the piracy affected Horn of Africa and Gulf of Aden. You have critical choke points like Bab el Mandeb and the Mozambique Channel. So having a presence over here, diplomatic and of course later military presence, is something India has been craving for a long time. So in 2020, India managed to join the group as an observer state. It already had other observers like China, Japan, European Union, and even the Sovereign Order of Malta and the Organization of the Francophonie countries, the French speaking former colonies of France, right? So India was admitted as a new observer in 2020, giving us a foothold in western part of Indian Ocean. So this is what you need to remember about the key groupings of the Indian Ocean region. Now let's move towards Southeast Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific. We will start with the central pillar of Indo-Pacific, which is the ASEAN. The ASEAN is a group that represents Southeast Asian countries. And this organization is considered as the central pillar of the Indo-Pacific region. Until recently, it had only 10 members, but last year a new member country has joined. So today it has a total of 11 member states. So Southeast Asian countries such as Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, then Malaysia and Singapore and Indonesia, Brunei and Philippines, and the new addition, Timor-Leste or East Timor. These countries are part of the ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. It was established in 1967 through the Bangkok Declaration. So please don't get confused because there are two Bangkok declarations. One in 1967, which established ASEAN, a regional group of Southeast Asian countries. The other one in 1997, which led to the establishment of BIMSTEC. Both are different Bangkok declarations. So India's Look East policy and now the Act East policy is entirely based on engaging with the ASEAN group. This is the gateway for us to engage with Southeast Asian countries. So when India launched Look East policy in 1991, after the end of the Cold War, India started engaging with ASEAN in 92 by initiating a sectoral dialogue with this association. In 1996, India was elevated to the status of a dialogue partner and became a full dialogue partner of ASEAN and a member of ASEAN Regional Forum. I'll explain what is ASEAN Regional Forum later, don't worry. It's a much larger group that mainly includes ASEAN countries and its close partners in the region. So India became a member of ASEAN Regional Forum and it was elevated to the status of a dialogue partner with the ASEAN group. From 2002 onwards, India ASEAN Summit was regularly organized as an annual interaction. Every year, the leaders of India and ASEAN countries meet to the summit level interaction. In 2022, the relationship has been elevated to the status of comprehensive strategic partnership. So, this is the special relationship India shares with ASEAN. You can see the member states over here, including the latest member, East Timor or Timor Leste. It joined in 2025 during the last ASEAN summit that was held. Now, coming to India's relations with ASEAN, we have a very important free trade agreement. The negotiations, they started in early 2000s, in 2003. After several rounds of talks, the trade in agreement for goods was finalized in 2009 and it came into force from 2010. Later, we also signed an agreement on trade and services and investments, which came into effect from 2015 onwards. So it's a full-fledged FTA. But however, India has been having operational problems with the FTA, particularly the trade in goods agreement. The problem is ASEAN countries have been able to fully benefit, and there has been a flood of cheap ASEAN goods into the Indian market. This has hurt India's domestic producers. And also, the agreement did not include rules of origin requirement. So, as a result, even third parties, traders from other countries like China, they have misused this FTA route to flood Chinese goods into India through the ASEAN route. They've exploited the free trade regime to bypass all the tariffs on Chinese goods. And they're pumping those goods through the Southeast Asian route by misusing the India ASEAN FTA. Plus, there is no dispute resolution mechanism, no mandatory review was specified. So, as a result, India has been at the receiving end and it has been a bitter experience with this FTA. Even though it has benefited in increasing the exports, it does have a lot of problems. So, that's why right now India is pushing for a review and we are currently renegotiating this FTA. The review talks are currently going on because the trade deficit has widened. ASEAN countries have increased their exports at a much higher rate than compared to the increase in Indian exports to ASEAN. So trade deficit has widened. This has affected Indian agriculture and even MSME industries, which have not been able to compete with Southeast Asian goods and products. It has created a route for traders from China to exploit the trade route and flood Indian market with cheaper Chinese goods. So there is a clear imbalance and Indian services industry doesn't get similar access. That's where India's strength is present. For example, IT and other services, they haven't got easy access and there are still non-tariff barriers present. That's why India has pushed for a review and currently the review talks are taking place. That's why the topic becomes very important because initially ASEAN countries were very hesitant to review the deal because it was largely benefiting them. But after India's repeated pressure, they have now agreed for the review talks and it has been going on from few months. So in this context, there can be a question on India-ASEAN relations and especially related to the free trade agreement. Now, I've given some points regarding the growing India-ASEAN ties. I want you to go through this later. I don't I don't want you to by heart this, but just be familiar because during last year's summit, there were some new initiatives proposed, or there are some alignments between our policies which takes place. I want you to just note down the India ASEAN Action Plan, which has now been renewed for 2026-2030. How India's Act East policy and Indo-Pacific vision aligns with the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific or AOIP. This is the ASEAN strategy for Indo-Pacific, which aligns with our Indo-Pacific doctrine and our Act East policy. And note down the master plan on ASEAN connectivity and ASEAN smart cities network. Just be familiar with these initiatives. So I've given the details here for ASEAN smart cities network and the master plan on ASEAN connectivity. So these are some proposed initiatives which are being cemented between India and ASEAN. So during last year's summit, the year was declared as the year of tourism to boost the flow of tourists from India to ASEAN and ASEAN to India. And the current year is identified as the year for maritime cooperation to collaborate in blue economy. I know I'm giving you a lot of facts, but trust me, sometimes UPSC will ask such factual questions. I know it's hard to remember in one reading, but after the session, I want you to keep this PPT and revise it at least once or twice before the exam. Through revision, you can definitely remember this. And questions which are factual are quite easy to answer if you have at least read them 2 or 3 times. So this is something you need to note down. And India has proposed a maritime heritage festival under East Asia Summit, which will be held at Lothal in Gujarat. Lothal, the Indus Valley site, one of the ancient ports, right? It's appropriately chosen to hold a maritime heritage festival, which will bring East Asia Summit member countries together. So we will discuss what is East Asia Summit as well. It's a much larger group than ASEAN that brings several Indo-Pacific countries together. Now let's talk about ADMM and ADMM plus. ADMM stands for ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting. So as the name itself tells you, it brings the 11 defense ministers, previously 10 defense ministers, now with addition of East Timor, the 11 defense ministers of ASEAN countries come together to discuss the security issues of Southeast Asia and Indo-Pacific. Focus is again the same: maritime security, piracy, counterterrorism, countering organized crime. Because see, Southeast Asia is a hub of organized criminal activities. The Golden Triangle, present from Myanmar to Thailand to Laos and Cambodia, is a hub of cyber scams and drug trafficking, arms trafficking, and human trafficking. So, combating these threats is the priority of ADMM. Now, these countries, they invite their close dialogue partners, which are part of Indo-Pacific. Countries like India, China, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and even South Korea, and US and Russia. These 8 dialogue partners of ASEAN, which are the major Indo Pacific powers: US and Russia, India and China, Japan and South Korea, Australia and New Zealand. Very easy to remember, right? Again, you don't have to buy heart. You just have to look at the patterns, try to imagine the map, and it becomes easy to recollect this. So these 11 countries of ASEAN plus 8 dialogue partners. So these 19 defense ministers meet under ADMM plus, ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting plus. So recently, India's Defense Minister Rajnath Singh took part in ADMM plus meetings. So they take stock of the security situation, focus on areas of cooperation in defense and security. Just remember the members and the purpose, it's more than enough. Next, ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF. It was established in 1994, and ASEAN is at the central part of this group. It's like ASEAN if it's like a subset. The ARF is a larger universal set. So ARF consists of the 10, now the 11 ASEAN states. And there are several major powers and middle powers of the entire Indo-Pacific. For example, you have countries like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and North Korea as well. You have major powers like India, China, US, and the others. So in total, there are 27 members. I've given the entire list over here. So you first remember the 11 ASEAN member states, then the dialogue partners. We already learned 8 dialogue partners. The addition here would be that of Canada and European Union. Okay, so that makes it 11 plus 10, 21. And you have few other small middle powers from the region like Bangladesh, DPRK, Pakistan, Mongolia, Sri Lanka, and the others. So this is the membership of ASEAN Regional Forum. It again focuses on regional issues. And whenever ASEAN Summit is held, ASEAN Regional Forum also meets. Then parallelly, East Asia Summit is also held. So they all happen together. The country which is hosting ASEAN Summit will also host ASEAN Regional Forum and East Asia Summit, and they all happen parallelly. At the same time, these events take place. Then there is a sub-regional group called MGC, Mekong-Ganga Cooperation. I don't think UPSC will ask this because it has already been asked in one of the previous exams. So this is a PYQ actually. So you don't have to really focus on it, but again, just for the sake of it, just to ensure you're not complacent, you don't leave anything, just look at the members and its purpose. It brings India with CLMVT countries. The name itself tells you Mekong and Ganga. Ganga referring to India, Mekong, which is the lifeline of Southeast Asia, right? Though it originates in China, it flows through Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, the CLMVT countries. So they are the members of the group with India. It's a sub regional group for India to engage with the Mekong Delta, the Mekong countries, set up in 2000, focusing on tourism, culture, economic ties, and technological assistance. Through MGC, India has assisted Cambodia to revive several temples, Hindu and Buddhist temples, including Angkor Wat. We are involved in restoration of Hindu and Buddhist temples in Vietnam as well. So such cultural exchanges are part of MGC, along with India giving assistance to these countries and working with them in the Southeast Asia region. Next, we have East Asia Summit, very, very important topic. The East Asia Summit was founded in 2005 and it brings together ASEAN members with the 8 dialogue partners. If you remember the membership of ADMM Plus, then East Asia Summit is exactly the same. It includes Russia and US, Australia and New Zealand, India and China, Japan and South Korea, plus the 11 ASEAN member states. But what's the difference between ADMM Plus and East Asia Summit? ADMM Plus is a defense ministers meeting focused only on defense related issues. East Asia Summit is at the summit level, which brings head of states and head of governments together, the prime ministers and presidents together. And there are multiple areas of cooperation which are identified. There are 6 priority areas: environment and energy, education, finance, global health and pandemic management, disaster management, and ASEAN connectivity. These are the 6 priority areas of East Asia Summit. It's focused on tackling the security threats of the region, dealing with impact of climate change, the present tensions and disputes over South China Sea, where China is super aggressive against the Southeast Asian countries. It's focused on connectivity initiatives, disaster management and assistance, and even containing pandemics, as the region is prone to contagious diseases. So, this is a focus area of East Asia Summit. India is a key participant. Next, there is a FTA in this region, the world's largest free trade agreement, RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. It was proposed in 2012 at the ASEAN Summit in Cambodia, and it was primarily led by China and ASEAN countries. It's a FTA between ASEAN, China, and India was supposed to be a part of it, along with Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. So these 16 countries were part of RCEP negotiations from 2012 to 2019. The talks went on for almost 7 years. But India grew uncomfortable with these talks because we already had a bad experience with ASEAN FTA. India's concerns were not being addressed because some of the countries are developed countries such as Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand. And we already know how China misuses the trade arrangements, how it can flood the market, which could be detrimental to Indian producers and Indian farmers as well. And given our existing concerns with ASEAN and the widening trade deficit, India decided to quit RCEP. So India exited the RCEP talks in 2019. Okay, so these were the concerns that we had: the rising trade deficit, the bitter experience with ASEAN FTA, the risk of flooding of cheap imports, the risk of exposing our farmers and domestic producers, the China angle, and the demands of developed economies like Australia and Japan and others. These risk factors led India to exit RCEP talks. There was a lot of pressure from farmers' unions and industry associations as well. And based on this, the government decided to exit RCEP. But the other 15 countries have gone ahead and signed RCEP, and today it is the world's largest free trade agreement in terms of area covered, in terms of the trade volume, in terms of GDP of these countries, cumulative GDP and cumulative population. It becomes the world's largest FTA. Clear? Now, coming to another important group, the Quad or the Quadrilateral. The Quadrilateral is a key grouping of Indo-Pacific, championed by Japan under the then Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. It was Shinzo Abe who pioneered this idea of bringing the major democracies of Indo-Pacific together to counter China. So Japan's idea was to bring India, US, and Australia together and use it as a platform to try and contain China in the Indo-Pacific. So its initial roots goes back to the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, when the deadly underwater earthquake near Indonesia caused a destructive tsunami. It had a huge impact across the Indo-Pacific region. Southeast Asian countries, then India, even some African countries were very badly affected. Maldives, Sri Lanka, coastal Tamil Nadu and Andaman Nicobar, then Thailand and Indonesia, they all faced the entire brunt of the 2004 tsunami. So during this tsunami, the navies of these four countries, for the first time, they collaborated to provide HADR assistance to the affected countries. Indian Navy was very proactive during the 2004 tsunami to provide disaster management assistance. We ran dedicated missions to help Sri Lanka, Maldives, Thailand, even Bangladesh, and Indonesia as well. So India joined hands with Japan, Australia, and US, and their respective navies coordinated the relief efforts and disaster management efforts in 2004. So this gave birth to the idea, which was championed by Shinzo Abe. He called it the Asian Security Diamond, that four democracies with common interests can come together and act as an Asian security diamond to stabilize the Indo Pacific. Because the growing aggressiveness of China and its territorial claims in East China Sea, South China Sea was becoming a serious threat for the countries, especially Japan. It is locked in a standing dispute with China over Senkaku Diaoyu Islands in East China Sea. China has picked similar disputes with Philippines, with Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia and Brunei in South China Sea. So, in this context, China was blocking the movement of ships and aircraft. It was disrupting the freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight, which is a guaranteed basic right under UN Convention on Law of the Sea, under UN clause. So, China was disrupting the rules based order and disrupting the free and open nature of Indo Pacific. So, with this vision, Japan tried to set up this initiative called Asian Security Diamond. In fact, the four countries even held a multilateral Malabar naval exercise in 2007. Until then, Malabar was just a bilateral exercise between Indian Navy and US Navy. It was started in 1990s. But in 2007, the then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh invited Japan, Australia, and Singapore as well, turning Malabar into a multilateral naval exercise. So China saw this as a containment strategy and it retaliated against India. So following this, India suspended the multilateral nature of Malabar exercise and we stopped inviting Japan, Australia, and Singapore. It was restored back to the bilateral format just with United States. So there was a gap of many years after this, after 2007, as China got more aggressive and US was meddling in Indo-Pacific as well to contain China. This idea of four democracies working together, it fell apart. But from 2017, there was a revival of this idea. As China got very aggressive against India, carrying out repeated incursions, it pushed India to invite Japan back into Malabar exercise in 2015. Then, following the Ladakh standoff, we invited Australia back in 2020. So now Japan, Australia have become permanent participants along with India, US under the Malabar exercise. So from 2017, the idea of these four countries working together was revived and the Quad initiative was launched from 2021. So now it's a summit level initiative. First, it was a virtual summit because of the pandemic. There has been several in-person meetings over the years. India was supposed to host the Quad summit since 2024, but the right time and occasion has not arrived. Now it appears the Trump administration has slightly sidelined the Quad, but that has been India's concern. However, US has clarified that Quad remains a priority. Even under the national security strategy, the US has recently published, Quad has been mentioned as a priority focus in the Indo-Pacific. So the main purpose of Quad was to enforce the rules-based order and protect the free and open nature of Indo-Pacific. So China started treating this as a military alliance and it even started alleging that it's a Asian NATO. But India rejected the claims because India follows a independent foreign policy rooted in strategic autonomy. We never join any military clubs and alliances to counter another country. So India has denied these allegations that Quad is a military grouping. And India has ensured that Quad becomes a diversified organization. Today, Quad looks almost like an economic grouping because there are initiatives focused on trade and economy. There are initiatives on vaccine development. There are initiatives on disaster management and environment cooperation, on critical emerging technologies and clean renewable energy as well. So Quad today has become really diversified. It's no longer restricted to enforcing a rules-based order and ensuring China follows the rules. It is also focusing on a lot of areas of cooperation and common interests of these four countries. So there will be a Quad summit which will take place very soon, and that makes the Quad topic very, very important. Now, the foreign ministers meeting of last year, it delivered some key outcomes. The Quad Critical Minerals Initiative has been launched, where four countries are working on creating their alternate supply chains for critical minerals. The first ever Quad at Sea Ship Observer mission between coast guards has been started. The four coast guards of the member countries, they participate in the at sea observer mission, where they take stock of the threats present, especially organized crime, and they try to achieve cooperation in search and rescue operations for disaster management exercises. So this exercise also has been started between the coast guards of the four countries. Then there is a Quad Ports of the Future partnership to interconnect strategic ports in the region in the Indo-Pacific. Then Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, generate maritime intelligence, track the movement of ships, submarines, and aircraft across Indo-Pacific, and share the information to step up surveillance and reconnaissance and create an intelligence framework between the countries to enhance maritime domain awareness for maritime security. And a Quad partnership on cable connectivity and resilience. This is an undersea cable that they are proposing to set up high speed internet connectivity between the four countries. So today, Quad is seeing a lot of progress and the topic remains very important. Next, another grouping from the Pacific region would be APEC, the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, founded in 1989, that brings Asia Pacific countries together. So, major powers of Asia Pacific like US, Canada, Mexico, Japan, some Southeast Asian countries, China, they're all part of the APEC. However, India is not a member. India has tried several times, but its membership has not been accepted. Why? Because India is not a true Asia Pacific country. We are an Indo Pacific country, not an Asia Pacific. There's a difference between. Asia Pacific is a term which primarily refers to Southeast East Asia and the Pacific region. It does not include Indian Ocean. So Indo Pacific is a much broader term. So India is not part of Asia Pacific. This group is meant for economic cooperation between Asia Pacific countries. It's bringing together the littorals of Pacific Ocean, not Indian Ocean. And since India is not a right fit, it has not been given membership, but we hold the observer status. It's headquartered in Singapore, and you can see the list of member countries with the map given over here. It has all the major rim and littoral states of Pacific, even Russia, Australia, New Zealand, South American countries as well, like Peru and Chile. They're all members of the APEC that brings these Pacific littorals together, making it one of the most prominent economic groupings. And why is APEC relevant? Because during last year's APEC summit, US and China managed to reduce their trade wars and tensions. Remember, US had levied very high tariffs on China, going up to 100 to 150%. China had retaliated. China had banned export of rare earth magnets and rare earth materials to US. So due to heightened tensions, US China ties had collapsed. So at last year's APEC summit in South Korea, that's where Trump met with Xi Jinping, and they have resolved some of the issues, with China removing all these bans and restrictions and US withdrawing the tariffs, bringing it down to around 45%. So they've achieved a sort of a detente. And that's why APEC becomes important. The membership, where the summit was held, right? And whether India is part of it or not, all these details are relevant. Now, focusing on Pacific, let's move towards South Pacific. So here, India has been paying a lot of attention, and there is a new platform we have created called FIPIC, the Forum for India Pacific Islands Cooperation. In 2014, India started stepping up its engagement with South Pacific island nations, the small island states in Oceania region. So here you have several small countries like Fiji, Papua New Guinea, Palau, Tonga, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and others. So there is an intense geopolitical competition which has started here. because traditionally Australia, New Zealand were powerful in this region. They are the regional powers. Japan was also quite powerful since colonial times, and United States still maintains several military bases in this region. Even UK and France have overseas territories present in the South Pacific. So all Western powers have been very influential traditionally. But now they are facing intense competition from China. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, China has made big investments over here. It has signed security deals with countries like Samoa and others. So this makes China a significant player, and there are plenty of resources in the South Pacific because of the large exclusive economic zone. So there's a big competition which is opening up here. So India doesn't want to be left behind because we have a natural pull in this region. We have a big diaspora in countries like Fiji and as well as in Papua New Guinea, where a lot of Indians are found. In Papua New Guinea, you find Indians of Tamil origin who had migrated centuries ago. And in Fiji, you find Indian laborers who were transported by the British under the indentured labor system. So there is a strong Indian connect with a big Indian diaspora present. So we established the FIPIC forum in 2014, and three FIPIC summits have been held, which has cemented our ties with the Pacific Island countries. So please remember the three FIPIC summits in 2014, 2015, and 2023, held in Fiji, the first one. Second was hosted by India in Jaipur, and the third one was in Papua New Guinea at Port Moresby in 2023, right? So please take a look at the key developments at the third FIPIC summit. Like India has promised big investments in healthcare sector, especially. We are building a big hospital in Fiji, a multi-speciality hospital. We have donated ambulances. We are facilitating water ambulance and air ambulance facilities to help the people of these countries. Then India is promoting investments through small, medium enterprises. We are also helping them solve their water problems, right? So India can be a supporter and provider of aid and assistance. India is providing training and as well as creating opportunities for the youth in these countries. So all these initiatives were announced, but I think what is important for prelims is the Tirukural book, which was translated into the local language in Papua New Guinea. Tirukural is a Tamil classic, right, by Tiruvalluvar. So this translated version in the Tok Pisin language was released in Papua New Guinea during PM Modi's visit for the third FIPIC summit. I know it's an old topic, but still can be relevant for the upcoming exam as well. There's an initiative here called Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. This is an Indian initiative which was launched in 2019 under the East Asia Summit. When East Asia Summit was taking place in Bangkok, that's when PM Modi proposed the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative as an extension of Sagar Doctrine and Act East policy. So now it's the Mahasagar Doctrine. So under Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, the idea is to keep the region free and open and bring together like-minded countries, not just for economic cooperation, but mainly to focus on establishing a rules-based order and developing better awareness in the maritime domain. So this clearly is aimed at countering China's aggression in the Indo-Pacific. So there are several important partner countries. So you need to note down the focus areas. There are 7 pillars identified under Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, and each pillar is led by 2 member countries. So maritime security is led by UK and India. Maritime ecology led by Australia, Thailand. Maritime resources led by France and Indonesia. Capacity building, resource sharing led by Germany. Disaster risk reduction and disaster management led by India and Bangladesh. Science, technology, academic cooperation led by Italy and Singapore. Then trade, connectivity, maritime transport led by Japan and United States. These are the members of Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which is a initiative founded by India, led by India. Clear? Now moving on, we have the Association of Pacific Island Countries. The Pacific Island countries, which I mentioned earlier, they have a separate regional group of their own. It's called the Pacific Islands Forum. So all these small island territories in South Pacific, along with Australia, New Zealand, and other territories which are present here, they have formed a regional grouping called Pacific Islands Forum, which is headquartered in Suva in Fiji. There are 18 member countries. It was started in 1971. I've given you the entire list of member nations, observers, and dialogue partners. So, India is a dialogue partner at the Pacific Islands Forum. India is a dialogue partner. Even China has the same position. So, just remember this basic fact about Pacific Islands Forum. Another important platform from the same region would be Partners in the Blue Pacific. So, this is a US led initiative formed in 2022. It brings together US, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and UK, and they are focused on giving assistance to the Pacific Island countries. So, this is the Western strategy to counter China in the South Pacific. So, this platform is called Partners in the Blue Pacific, through which they are providing investments, taking up key strategic projects in these small island countries, even providing defense military assistance so that they can counter Chinese influence. So, since we are talking about South Pacific and these Western countries, I think you should also know about the Five Eyes Alliance. I'm sure some of you must have heard of it. You must be familiar with it. It's a intelligence coalition between US, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. These five like-minded Western democracies, they have an intelligence collection and sharing arrangement between them. They maintain a global network for intercepting all forms of electronic digital communication through the Five Eyes Alliance. They can intercept every satellite link, every telephone call, every mobile communication, including email, messages. So, any digital communication can be completely intercepted by the intelligence agencies of the Five Eyes Alliance. And they share this intelligence with each other. And this is something which has been in the news as well. Then finally, we have the IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. This was a pet project of former President Joe Biden. Though it has lost relevance under Trump presidency, it still remains a key topic because UPSC has not asked a question based on this. This economic forum was launched by the US in 2022. India is one of the initial participants. There are 14 countries in total. So it has Southeast Asian countries like Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia. It has Pacific countries like Fiji, then Australia and New Zealand as well, even Japan and South Korea. So these are the members of the Indo Pacific Economic Framework. Now, this is not a regular trade agreement. Please don't get confused. Many students have a wrong assumption that IPEF is a FTA. It's not a free trade agreement, it's just a framework for economic cooperation. There are four pillars which are identified, and the members can choose in which pillar they will participate. Like pillar one is fair and resilient trade, which focuses on reducing trade barriers, reducing tariffs and non tariff barriers. So, this is like a trade agreement. But India has not joined pillar number one. Since India is hesitant with regard to any such trade arrangement involving so many developed economies and industrialized economies, we have not signed on to pillar one. We just have observer status. But we are part of the other three pillars. Pillar two, which deals with supply chain resilience to reduce dependency on China controlled supply chains. Pillar three on clean energy, decarbonization, and infrastructure, focusing on renewables, etc. And pillar four focused on fair economy, better governance, improving taxation, tackling corruption. So India is part of pillar two, three, and four. But pillar one, we have opted out of it. You have that option. So it's not a FTA, a regular trade agreement. It's an economic framework where there is a lot of flexibility. The members can decide in which pillar they will participate and in which pillar they'll stay out of it. So India has chosen to stay out of pillar one while participating in pillar two, three, and four. But however, it has been sidelined by the Trump administration. Next, moving towards West Asia, the OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So this is one of the largest intergovernmental organizations in the world. It has 57 member states, making it one of the largest groupings, and it was founded in 1969 primarily to counter Islamophobia. It brought together countries with a significant Muslim population to represent the interests of the Muslim community across the world. In 1968-69, there was one incident in Palestine, in Jerusalem, where a right-wing extremist, he had targeted a Islamic prayer center, and this was an incident of Islamophobia, right, driven by the fear and hatred against a religion. So this incident led several countries with a Muslim population to come together to protect the interests of the Muslim community and act as a collective voice of the Muslim world. This is one of the only organizations in the world which focuses on a particular religion. So the idea is to create a collective voice of the Muslim world, and countries with a significant Muslim population can apply for its membership. It need not be that the country has majority Muslim population. Even a country with a significant Muslim population, though they are not in majority, can seek membership. So it's considered as the second largest organization of the after the UN with regard to intergovernmental organizations. The goal is to safeguard and protect interests of Muslims across the world and promote the message of international peace and harmony. It is headquartered in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Now, OIC is relevant for us because India has tried for membership, given the fact that India has one of the world's largest Muslim population, right? India has the right credentials to be a member. We have applied for membership, but it has been rejected mainly because of Pakistan. Pakistan has misused the platform to target India. It has used OIC to internationalize the internal matters of India. It has brought up the Kashmir issue, accusing India of committing human rights violations. It has brought up the revocation of the special status of J&K under Article 370. It even brought up the anti-CAA protests. So these are deliberate ploys by Pakistan to try and defame India by using global platforms like OIC. So Pakistan gets support from countries like Turkey, sometimes from Malaysia, though Malaysia has now changed its path. Uh, you might have seen the close friendship between India and Malaysia last week when PM Modi visited. But before this, Malaysia was on the same side along with Azerbaijan. These countries, with several other powers, sometimes Iran as well, especially when India fell under American pressure and followed American sanctions on Iran and cut off the oil imports from Iran. Iran, which was furious, also sided with Pakistan over issues like Kashmir. So Pakistan has been able to get support from some of these countries. Now Malaysia would not do this anymore. It has made a complete turn. But Turkey, Azerbaijan remain a concern. Previously, leading Sunni powers like Saudi and UAE, they would also back Pakistan before 2010 because of their ideological inclination and their strategic ties. But as India's ties has grown with Saudi and UAE after the Riyadh Declaration post 2010, and after India UAE established a strategic partnership from 2017, these two countries have started abstaining from such votes. They have made a complete shift in their policy. They even condemn Pakistan for sponsoring terrorism against India. They've even defended India's right to use military force to act against terrorists during the surgical strikes, the Balkot air strikes, during Operation Sindoor as well. These countries have taken a balanced position, and they've even abstained from any of these votes that Pakistan pushes at OIC. So that is a big shift. But however, Pakistan still finds support at the platform to target India. So India remains an observer. We have been invited sometimes to deliver our version, but Pakistan has blocked our membership to the group. Then coming to another important grouping of West Asia, the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC. This is a political economic grouping. It brings together Persian Gulf countries, the major oil producing monarchies. So it is led by Saudi Arabia and includes UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar, established in 1981. So it's a grouping of these Gulf monarchies that are blessed with hydrocarbon resources, and they cooperate with each other not only to cooperate in the hydrocarbon sector, but to ensure Persian Gulf remains open for shipments, because there is a choke point present here, the Hormuz Strait, which is a very vulnerable choke point, which can be blockaded by Iran or US or by even extremist actors. So they try to stabilize these trade routes, and they have a lot of common economic interests, close personal and people to people ties and cultural ties. So they even provide visa free movement for their citizens, free flow of investments and trade. So GCC remains a very important group of the West Asia region. Next, we have the Arab League, which has been in the news. The Arab League, founded in 1945, based on the Alexandria Protocol of 1944. It brings together Arab nations from North Africa and even Central and East Africa and West Asia. So, several Arab countries are part of the Arab League, and India is an observer to this critical group. I have given the entire list of members with a map so you can try and remember the members who are part of it. It was in news because recently Syria was being readmitted to Arab League when Bashar al-Assad was still in power in 2024, and Iran and Saudi Arabia, the regional rivals, they had ended their tensions and hostility. China had mediated a detente between them. They had re-established their diplomatic ties, and they promised to stop their covert wars against each other. So it meant Iran would stop sponsoring the Houthi rebels in Yemen, and Saudi Arabia would stop targeting the Assad regime in Syria. So this was supposed to end the Syrian civil war and the conflict in Yemen. And both these countries, which had been removed from Arab League, they were being readmitted. That's why Arab League was in the news. But of course, things have completely gone the other way. Assad was toppled by the HTS, the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, a former Al-Qaeda linked terror group. And there is a new government in place, right? But Arab League was in news as an important group, and India is an observer. And that's why it remains very relevant. Next, we have the Eurasian Economic Union. We are moving towards Central Asia, the Eurasian Economic Union. This is a Russia led economic union which brings together some of the close Soviet republics, the Soviet era allies of Russia. It was formally launched in 2014, and it includes Russia with Kazakhstan and Belarus, which are the closest allies of Russia today. They were all part of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. And it also includes Kyrgyzstan and Armenia. See, this group is in a way responsible for the Ukraine war, because under Putin, the Kremlin has been focusing on reviving the Soviet glory, to rebuild the Soviet might. And Russia desperately wanted Ukraine to align with Russia and join this economic group, because Russia is a key supplier of several important minerals and agricultural products and industrial products. It was a key constituent in the Soviet Republic. So, Ukraine, which had shifted westwards, aligned with Europe and US, and was looking for NATO and EU membership, it refused to join the Eurasian Economic Union when it was launched in 2014. This was the primary trigger for Russia to attack Ukraine and capture the Crimean Peninsula in 2014. That's when Russia started sponsoring the separatist movement in eastern Ukraine, in Donbas region, and which eventually led to the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So this is a key economic union on which Russia has placed a lot of priority. India is in talks with Eurasian Economic Union for having a trade agreement. So it's sort of a customs union which provides for simplified custom duties and easy tariffs for these member nations. And India is engaging with this group and even considering a trade arrangement to improve our access to the markets in Central Asia, Eurasia region. Next, we have the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, one of the most important groupings. The SCO has its origin in 1996 when it was known as the Shanghai Five. It initially included Russia, China, with three important Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Later, Uzbekistan also joined in 2001. So the name was finally changed from Shanghai 5 to Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO. So it's a political, economic, and security grouping focused on the Central Asia region. Today, the group has undergone significant expansion. At the 2017 Astana summit, India, Pakistan, which were observer states, they were admitted as full time members, thus increasing the membership to 8 countries. Then recently, Iran and Belarus also have been admitted, taking the total membership to 10 countries. And we have Afghanistan, Mongolia holding observer status. And there are many countries showing interest which have taken the dialogue partner status. Countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iran, of course, Iran has already joined. Then even Egypt, Cambodia, Nepal, all of them are showing a lot of interest. So from Asia, from Africa, a lot of countries want to join the SCO, which is primarily a Russia China led grouping. So just like BRICS, this is another Russia China led grouping, which is seen as an anti West arrangement. That is the dilemma as well for India. Though India works closely with BRICS and SCO, the dilemma for us is Russia, China are using BRICS and SCO as a platform to counter the Western countries. And of course, Western countries are not happy with India engaging with BRICS and SCO, right? We face a lot of questions from US, from European countries as to why a democratic country like India is working with authoritarian, aggressive powers like Russia and China. But India justifies this as part of its multi-aligned policy. Russia is a age-old friend. China is a key neighbor, a key economic and trade partner. So we need Western countries as much as we need Russia, China, and their allies. This is again a display of India's very balanced multilateral diplomacy and multi-aligned diplomacy. So this map shows you the member states and the observers and as well as the dialogue partners. So please pay attention to this and remember the details. This is also very, very important. Now, during last year's SEO summit, China hosted the SEO summit in 2025 at Tianjin. Might remember Prime Minister Modi participated in the Tianjin summit. This was the first time that PM Modi was visiting China after the Ladakh military standoff. So the resolution they achieved at Kazan BRICS summit in 2024 paved the way for this visit of PM Modi to attend the SEO summit in Tianjin last year. So a lot of progress was seen. Positive talks were held on trade, on strategic cooperation and economic ties. But during last year's Tianjin summit, there are new dialogue partners which have been added from different regions. I've given the entire list. Armenia, Azerbaijan from the Caucasus region have been added to SEO. From South and Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and Maldives, they've all joined as dialogue partners. Then from West Asia, Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, Saudi, Bahrain, Kuwait, and UAE. As I told you, all these key powers from Asia and across this region are joining the SEO. They're showing a lot of interest to be a part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Now, coming to the European Union, since India EU FTA has been signed and India invited European leaders, the President of European Commission and the European Council of Europe as the dignitaries for the Republic Day parade, I think the organization and its history, its composition becomes very relevant and important for the exams. So I'll give a brief outline and then we'll talk about its initiatives and composition. When you look at EU, right, after Second World War, European continent was largely divided and it was a war-ravaged continent. For example, Europe was divided during the Cold War itself between democratic Western states and communist Eastern Bloc states. Iron Curtain had come up in Europe, right? There were big ideological differences and a history of conflict lasting for centuries. So there was a need for moving away from this enmity, this war mindedness. And post Second World War, there was a need to rebuild Europe, to reconstruct Europe and its economies because the infrastructure, the economy, transportation networks, everything had been damaged and destroyed. So in 1950-52, the Treaty of Paris was signed, which brought some of the West European democracies together. They formed a European coal and steel community. because this was a key resource for countries like Germany and others, uh, which is what powered their industrial revolution. So they started collaborating using their river networks and the technological expertise they had and investments which would flow from country to country. They started collaborating in the field of coal mining, iron ore mining, and steel production. So, what started as a coal and steel community very quickly expanded into other areas of cooperation. They even established the Euratom, focusing on nuclear research. Then came the Treaty of Rome in 1957, which established the European Economic Community, which is the predecessor of European Union. This was the first time that Europe was acting as a collective group, at least some West European countries, the likes of France, then West Germany, Belgium, Netherlands, then even Italy. They were part of these initiatives. So in 1960s and 80s, they further came closer through a merger treaty and they signed the Schengen Agreement, creating a border free zone where they removed the hard border controls and immigration checks to facilitate free movement of people. So they eventually turned this into a trade and customs union, eliminating all the tariffs, facilitating free movement of goods, services, investments, and of course, people. So, as the Cold War ended and the Iron Curtain lifted, the EU very quickly expanded its membership, as you can see, post 1991, by adding several new members from Central and Eastern Europe. So, even those countries which are part of the communist bloc, those who are part of the Soviet Union, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, right? They were all part of USSR. Then Poland was a communist ally. So all these countries which had transformed to democracies, they all started joining the EU, and we saw a significant eastward expansion. So to facilitate these changes, the Maastricht Treaty was signed in 1990. So through the Maastricht Treaty, European Union was established in its current form. It replaced the Treaty of Rome and the European Economic Community, and the EU was born, which today is governed by the Lisbon Treaty of 2009. The Lisbon Treaty is what provides for the procedures and the institutional structures of the EU. So, EU consists of 27 European states and it's one of the most successful economic groupings. It has transformed the entire continent. Almost all the members, they are in the high development category. 26 of 27 members are in the very high HDI category. That shows the level of socio-economic development. And one country is in the high human development index category. All of them are developed nations. In recognition of this role of EU, it was even awarded the Nobel Peace Prize because a war-ravaged continent has today come together, erasing borders, building friendships, creating free trade areas. This was unimaginable 80 years ago. So the EU is without a doubt one of the most important groupings in the world, and it has even set up a monetary zone called Eurozone, where a common monetary currency has been adopted, the euro, from 1999. Around 20 countries, 20 members of EU have adopted euro as their currency, meaning they have given up their monetary sovereignty. The European Central Bank manages the euro, which is a major reserve currency, and it again shows the level of economic integration. Right? They have achieved monetary integration as well. Though few countries have not adopted euro, 20 of them have taken part in the eurozone. But the biggest achievement here is definitely the monetary union and as well as the Schengen zone they have created for free movement of people. So I've given the list of countries which are eurozone members. Which of them are not part of Eurozone? Please remember this. This can be asked. Since India EU FTA has been signed, there might be a question on the non Eurozone members of EU. Okay, there are seven countries: Bulgaria, then the Czech Republic, Denmark, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Sweden. Okay, these seven countries have not accepted Euro, though they are members of EU. So if you remember this, obviously you know which are the 20 Eurozone countries. So any factual question, you can easily tackle that. Coming to the Schengen zone, which creates a border-free region, eliminating hard border controls and immigration checks. So right now, out of the 27 member states, 25 of them have accepted the Schengen. There are two EU members who are not part of Schengen. Please make a note: Cyprus and Ireland. The Republic of Ireland and Cyprus, because of their history of conflict, they are not part of the Schengen zone, but remaining 25 members are part of it. There are few non-EU members, the EFTA countries. There is a trade association, the European Free Trade Association. It includes Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So they are not part of EU. These countries have formed a separate trade association called EFTA. If you remember, India has signed a FTA with EFTA countries as well, right? We have signed a trade deal recently with EFTA countries that includes Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. So these four EFTA countries, they are part of Schengen zone. Though they are not EU members, they are still part of the free movement zone, whereas members like Cyprus and Ireland have stayed out of the Schengen agreement. Then also note down, Bulgaria, Romania are the latest entrants to the Schengen area in 2025. This can be asked. Which countries have recently joined the Schengen zone? The answer is Bulgaria and Romania. They just joined last year. Now, coming to my last point for today's session. After this, we'll end the class. I want you to understand the structure of European Union, the primary organs. Just like we spoke about primary organs of United Nations, similarly, you need to understand the primary organs of EU, their role and functions, and the composition as well. So first we have the European Council, which is the highest decision-making body, the most powerful organ of the European Union. The European Council basically consists of the leaders of the member countries, the prime ministers, presidents, right? The elected leaders were elected by the citizens of EU. So the French president, the German chancellor, the Italian prime minister, they are part of European Council, the leaders themselves. And there is a president who heads the European Council, who was, by the way, invited by India for the Republic Day celebrations. So this is the highest decision-making body. It sets the policy tone and agenda. It identifies the priorities and gives a path for rest of EU to follow. So European Council is not involved in day-to-day functioning. They don't make laws and policies. They set the overall tone and agenda for the group, identify the priorities, and act as a guide for the entire group. So it is made up of the leaders themselves, the prime ministers and presidents, headed by a president who is elected, who acts as the president of the European Council. Then we have two legislative bodies, the European Parliament and Council of European Union. European Parliament, you can compare it with our Lok Sabha, where MPs are directly elected by the citizens. EU citizens, they elect their MPs to the European Parliament. Apart from having their national legislatures, they have a common European Parliament to which MPs are elected by the citizens through direct elections. So there is a Council of EU, which is like a Rajya Sabha, where the members are primarily nominated. So ministers, diplomats from the member countries, they are part of Council of EU. All the ministers are part of it, and even some diplomats, they represent their respective countries. So these legislative bodies, what do? They pass laws. They control the budget. That is, of course, the primary role of the legislature, making laws, controlling the budget. Yeah, coming out with common policies and regulations which applies for the European Union, like a common law for regulating AI, a common law for data protection, the GDPR. Right? Recently, they've adopted a AI law to regulate harmful AI technologies. So all such policies, regulations, legislations, budgetary control is exercised by the two legislative bodies. Then we have European Commission, which is the executive arm of European Union, which is also headed by a president. We had invited this president as well. during the Republic Day celebrations. Right? We had invited the President of European Council and the President of European Commission. So this is like your UN Secretariat or Cabinet Secretariat, acting like the executive arm which implements the decisions of European Council and the legislative bodies. So decisions of European Council, laws passed by European Parliament, policies made by Council of EU, they are all enforced and implemented by European Commission. It is the Commission which leads the talks. When India engaged in FTA talks, we were talking with European Commission. Once it was finalized, right now it is signed, and now it will be taken up for ratification by the European Parliament, and it will be brought up at the Council of EU as well. It will receive a final go ahead from European Council later. Only then the FTA will come into effect. So European Commission is like the executive branch. Then there is a dedicated central bank like the RBI, which controls the monetary policy and the rupee and the liquidity. Similarly, the euro as a currency is managed by the ECB, the European Central Bank. Then there is also a court of justice to settle disputes, litigations, right, between member states and entities in the EU, and a court of auditors for financial prudence to audit the accounts and expenditure. These are your primary organs of the European Union. Please remember them, the names, the role, function, and the composition. So there can be questions based on this, given the fact that we have signed the mother of all trade deals between India and EU. So on this note, I bring my session to an end. We have covered a number of international organizations and regional groupings. This is more than sufficient. Of course, there will be few more which we will cover through our current affairs sessions, which is still coming up in our Conquer Prelims series. So that is more than enough. Please don't go beyond this. You'll be wasting your time. And even if you, let's say, answer 4 out of 5 questions, it is still a very good ratio. Because there will always be one vague topic UPSC will pick, which nobody has heard of. As I told you, there are hundreds and hundreds of such organizations and groupings. Even if I teach you for one full week with 7 or 8 marathons, even then we can't complete this. Right? So there's no point in studying all of them. The ROI doesn't work out. Okay. With this, I'm sure you can easily answer 90% of the questions. Let's say there are 4, you can answer 3. If there are 5, you can answer 4 at least. And one vague topic, leave it. Don't worry about it. Right? That's always the best strategy. And if you're lucky, if all the topics are known topics, what we have covered, then nothing like it. So on this note, I'll end the class for today. I hope you guys have understood and liked the session. Do drop in your views in the comments, because I'll personally look at the comments. It'll help us understand how to make these classes better for you, right? And do share the video with other aspirants. And that's it. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Good night. We'll see you in the next class.